at Armament Sect's Wind District. Ouyang Jingjing, Lu Li, and the Ling sisters entered a house completely built from green stones/lapis lazuli. The house was about 3,300 square meters wide. It was situated at the wind districts near the streets where wind agents often appeared. In a city like Armament City where every inch of earth was gold, such a wide house wasn't often seen. This land was Seven Fiends Valley's base at Armament Sect, Seven Fiend Pavilion. The four girls walked all the way to the pavilion center. There was an old man with a head full of red hair inside the wide hall laughing together with Cloud Sky Mountain's Wutua. When he saw them coming in, the old man laughed and said loudly, "You girls, how's business at Armament Sect?" "Old brother, sure. I'll be leaving first and won't disturb your conversation." Wutua stood up with a smile. "All right." Shi Jingyun had also stood up and walked Wutua all the way to the entrance. Then he said, "We'll talk about that matter next time. Amen. Just keep an eye out, old brother." Wutua smiled and left Seven Fiend Pavilion. "Uncle Shi, is that Cloud Sky Mountain's Wutua?" Lu Li was slightly moved. "It is." Shi Jingyun continued to smile heartily despite his messy red hair. He is no simple man. Back when Cloud Sky Mountain and Dark Azura Hall fought against each other, when Wu Tuo's younger brother had died at the hands of the late Fifth Hall Master, without saying a word and ignoring even the orders of Cloud Sky Mountain's Mountain Master, he charged straight to Dark Azura Hall and killed the late Fifth Hall Master during his victory celebration. When Cloud Sky Mountain's Mountain Master had learned about the matter, he had gathered every one of his best men and headed straight towards Dark Azura Hall. Meanwhile, after killing the Hall Master, Wu Tuo had fought his way out of Dark Azura Hall's pursuit, looking like he was bathed in blood. I heard that every great Hall Master had left Dark Azura Hall to hunt down this Wu Tuo, but he still managed to escape and endure until he met up with Cloud Sky Mountain's Mountain Master. Lu Li and Ouyang Jingjing had vaguely heard about this story in the past. Now that Shi Jingyun had mentioned it, they immediately recalled it once more. "But he didn't look all that fierce?" Ouyang Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Hee, that's because you are not his enemy, so there's no reason for him to bare his fangs at you." Shi Jingyun gave a smile and said, "Jingjing, when you left Mystic Fiend Valley, you promised your father that you will obediently return to the valley and continue cultivating in the martial way if you still have not become an inner sect disciple in Armament Sect after a year. You should have gone back a long time ago." Lu Li was as cool as ever. "You were fine cultivating in the martial way, but you just had to do it out of spite against your dad and go learn that whatever artifact forging. You even claimed that your talents are extraordinary and that you can learn the magic of Armament Sect's spirit pattern pillars. Now a year is up, and you still haven't gained anything. Have you? From what I can tell, you're just wasting your time. Stop nagging, that's so annoying. I'm ready to go back to the valley once this matter is done," Ouyang Jingjing said impatiently. "How was it?" Shi Jingyun smiled at Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia. "Did that Qinbing promise to have the inner sect elders forge artifacts for you?" "He wants to do it himself." Ouyang Jingjing scoffed and explained the matter briefly. Then she said, "That guy's even more cocky than Lu Li and cold all over. I just feel uncomfortable looking at him." "You don't have to bother with him. You won't be staying at Armament Sect for very long anyway, so there's no need to worry about him." Shi Jingyun touched his chin, paused for a moment, and said, "Try your best not to get too involved with the people of Armament Sect. Also, Jingjing, it will be best if you can leave Armament Sect as quickly as possible. Little Shi and Xianxia, once you get your spirit artifacts, I will arrange for you to leave Armament City." Once he said this, all four girls were stunned as they looked at him in surprise. Shi Jingyun had withdrawn his smile as his expression turned serious. He said solemnly, "Armament Sect is in deep trouble this time. What's going on?" Lu Li frowned. After pondering for a moment, Shi Jingyun finally explained. "There are two dominant copper forces on this Scarlet Tide continent beneath us, Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple. They are the true overlords and masters of this land. Dark Azura Hall and Dark Shadow Tower belongs to Profound Heaven Alliance, and Cloud Sky Mountain and Purple Mist Sea are subordinates to 8 Extreme Temple. Shi Jingyun said seriously. What about armament sect? Which side do they belong to? Ling Xianxia asked. That's the problem. Shi Jingyun frowned. Armament sect is also a black iron force, but it does not belong to either Profound Heaven Alliance or 8 Extreme Temple. This force formed by artificers is an independent and free force on this continent. Why did Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple not attack them? Ling Yushi interrupted. I believe that any highly ranked forces would hope to have armament sect as a subordinate force. This artificer's force should be an attractive piece of meat in their eyes. Right? They are extremely attractive, all right? And both Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple have always wanted to swallow them whole. Shi Jingyun nodded. But it is said that there is someone powerful who is sheltering armament sect, which is why Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple did not dare to touch them and allowed armament sect to stay independent all these years. Who is that powerful character? Lu Li asked. Shi Jingyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know either. I simply heard that the reason armament sect could stay independent on Scarlet Tide continent and not invaded by Profound Heaven Alliance or 8 Extreme Temple was because someone is sheltering them. And now? Lu Li asked again. I heard that powerful character has not come to Scarlet Tide continent for a very, very long time. It was so long that Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple's people suspected that that person had passed away. Shi Jingyun lowered his voice. Moreover, Qin Bing caused too big of a commotion this time. He has shown peerless talent by causing all 12 spirit pattern pillars to experience an extraordinary change. Armament sect's blood spear has also been steadily growing stronger for the past few years and is beginning to turn into a very powerful force. This caused both Profound Heaven Alliance and 8 Extreme Temple to be wary of them. Shi Jingyun paused for a moment and continued. There are people who do not wish to see armament sect turning into Scarlet Tide Continent's 3rd copper-ranked force. That was why they had silently allowed their subordinates' forces to act and see if that powerful character of the past will react towards it. They're waiting to see if they would appear after armament sect had notified him. At this point, Shi Jingyun had turned silent and stared quietly at the 4 girls. They weren't stupid. They gradually understood after listening up to this point. After a while, Lu Li asked, so the reason Wu Tuo had come was to discuss about this matter? Is 7 Fiends Valley and Cloud Sky Mountain ready to act against armament sect? He consulted me to find out 7 Fiends Valley's attitude. He also wants to know Profound Heaven Alliance's true position and find out if Dark Shadow Tower's actions were decided singularly by themselves, or if they had acted due to Profound Heaven Alliance's orders, Shi Jingyun said. Then what is our stance? Ouyang Jingjing asked. I am still waiting for your father. He looked at Ouyang Jingjing first. Then he looked at Lu Li and Ling Yushi. And your masters to come out with a resolution. Once all the valley masters have decided, only then would I know what to do. So you're saying that armament sect is in deep trouble this time? Lu Li smiled coldly. Shi Jingyun nodded. If armament sect can't handle this properly, if they can't ask that powerful character to act, then it is very likely that their sect will be eliminated. Eliminated. The 4 girls were shocked. The sect will be eliminated. Blood Spear will be wiped out, and the artificers will be imprisoned before they are divided among the large forces. Shi Jingyun's tone was firm, and this is their best-case scenario. The 4 girls trembled listening to his words. At Armament Sect's plaza beneath the 12 spirit pattern pillars, Qin Lai had once again focused his soul consciousness and rushed into the inner world inside the final spirit pattern pillar. Bang! His soul consciousness once again bounced off an invisible barrier, and his head was so filled with pain that his soul returned to its original place. The excuse he gave Feng Rong to come out of the back forest was that he had broken through to the late stage of the natal opening realm, so he wanted to try breaking through the spirit pattern pillar's barrier. His 7th natal palace was formed and his mind was now in tip-top condition, but he still failed yet again. It's all right. Once you've broken through to the manifestation and the nether passage realm, you should be able to open the barrier inside it. Ing Xingran coughed lightly and came over with the Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang. He hadn't seen him a few days, and Ing Xingran's face was growing paler and paler. The spirit in his eyes was also gone as his condition grew worse and worse. I'm giving this spatial ring to you. Inside it are the sect's secret scriptures, all kinds of rare pills and medicine, plus the records of armament sects coming. Luo Zhichang walked before Qin Lai and passed over an exquisite, dark green ring. You must keep this ring safe and never lose it. There are a few detailed explanations of spirit diagrams inside there, and they are the core collections of armament sect. It must not fall into an outsider's hands. Spatial ring. Qin Lai's eyes lit up and he received the dark green ring with hidden excitement. Back at Icestone City, he had dreamed of owning a spatial ring. He had even thought of forging spirit gathering boards for 3 years to sell for spirit stones to buy a spatial ring. Unfortunately, his wishes had not come true in the end. And today, Luo Zhichang had gifted him a spatial ring on his own. There were even armament sect's secret scriptures and many other rare pills and medicine inside it. Qin Lai sucked in a deep breath and thanked them seriously before finally putting the spatial ring on his finger. How do I use it? He asked Luo Zhichang. It's the same as inscribing a spirit diagram. Put a wisp of mind consciousness inside it and you'll be able to see the interior space. Just wrap your soul consciousness around anything you want to take out and it will be done. Luo Zhichang explained. Qin Lai immediately tried it. As he entered a wisp of consciousness into the ring, he suddenly entered an empty small space. This feeling was somewhat like entering the soul-suppressing orb, except that this space was much smaller and was only 2 rooms wide. There were a lot of cupboards and jade tables inside this small space, and the pills and scriptures were placed on top of one of those tables. He did not inspect the items one by one. He randomly locked onto a book with his mind consciousness, and when he moved his thoughts, he realized that he had returned to his body. Meanwhile, that book was pulled straight out from inside the spatial ring and landed firmly in his hands. This really is a good item. Qin Lai was shaken on the inside and, under Luo Zhichang and Ing Xingran's smiles, played around and tested the spatial ring admiringly again and again. Qin Lai's soul consciousness went in and out of the spatial ring continuously. There was distinct excitement in his eyes. It was obvious that he loved this ring a lot. Smiles appeared on Luo Zhichang and Ing Xingran's faces. After a while, Qin Lai gradually calmed down, and with one hand still rubbing the ring's surface, he suddenly said, I've promised to forge 2 spirit artifacts. I hope that the sect can provide the necessary spirit materials. No problem. Put them on a list and I will send someone to bring them to your cavern. Ing Xingran promised him instantly. I need both water and fire-type spirit materials and supplementary materials. Qin Lai thought for a moment and began requesting everything that he required. Ing Xingran and Luo Zhichang nodded repeatedly. I have remembered what you told me. I will make arrangements and make sure that the spirit materials sent to you are satisfactory. Luo Zhichang smiled and said. Qin Lai relaxed and thanked them seriously once more. Afterwards, he told them again to notify Feng Rong that he would return to the back of the mountain to soak in a blood pool after he had forged the 2 spirit artifacts. Luo Zhichang and Ing Xingran agreed to all of his requests and cooperated with him in every aspect. Then I will be returning to the cavern first. Qin Lai bowed and headed up Flame Volcano. While passing by Tang Siki's cave, Qin Lai's footsteps paused for a moment as he looked towards the closed entrance. His expression was a little complicated. He wanted to call out to her and explain matters, but if he thought about it carefully, he did give Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia generous help for Ling Yushi's sake. One could say that Tang Siki and Lian Ro did not misunderstand him. After hesitating for a moment, in the end, he did not knock on the door nor explain himself. He quietly returned to his own cavern. Inside Tang Siki's cavern, both Lian Ro and her sat on top of the cushion. Both pair of eyes were focused at the cave entrance as if they were waiting for something. In the end, they heard Qin Lai's footsteps growing distant. Tang Siki's expression was downcast and she sighed in her heart and felt resentful. Siki, don't think too much about it. Based on the fact that Qin Bing did everything in his power to kill Liang Xiaoyang for you alone, we can say he does hold you in his heart. Seeing that she was depressed, Lian Ro couldn't help but console her. Maybe it is really as he says, the reason he was so generous to the Ling sisters was because he wanted to seriously attempt to forge a spirit artifact. After all, He has never forged an actual spirit artifact since he entered the sect after all. He may just be trying to prove himself with this. Of course I won't think much of it. Tang Siki humphed once and curled her lips. Even if he did think of the Ling sisters, it has nothing to do with me. My relationship with him is only one between a senior sister and junior brother. Lien Ro smiled gently. That will be for the best. I hoped that you would not fall for him as well. He is quite strange and his identity is unknown as well. I keep having the feeling that he is very dangerous. Tang Siki kept quiet and did not say anything. Around noon, Qin Lai put the wooden sculpture, the Eye of Frost and other items into the spatial ring inside the cave. He continued to analyze the magic of the spatial ring. Suddenly, Tong Jihua's voice came from outside. Is Qin Bing in there? I have a letter for you. Qin Lai opened the stone door and saw Tong Jihua at the entrance. A letter was passed over to him. This was sent by Liang Zhong of Dark Azura Hall. He had asked someone from Dark Azura Hall to send it over. He made it clear that you were the recipient, Tong Jihua said. Liang Zhong. Qin Lai's expression was doubtful. Yes, Liang Zhong from Dark Azura Hall's Department of Internal Affairs. You should have seen him last time the sect entrance. Tong Jihua explained. I'm not sure why he sent you a letter either. Thank you, Elder Tong. Qin Lai nodded and accepted the letter. Tong Jihua bid him goodbye and left. After closing the stone door again, Qin Lai opened the letter and read its contents. In just a glance his expression had already changed. Shadow Tower's Blood Shadow has entered Armament City. He is coming for you. Blood Shadow is far more fearsome than Gray Shadow and Black Shadow combined. You must be careful. The reason I informed you of this is because you have killed Liang Xiaoyang, and Liang Xiaoyang was also on our kill list. You helped us take care of a huge problem. Also, it is best if you leave Armament Sect immediately. The current Armament Sect is not safe. Dark Shadow Tower isn't the only one. Dark Azura Hall, Seven Fiends Valley, and Cloud Sky Mountain also have certain plans for Armament Sect. In the future, they may combine their forces and attack Armament Sect. It is best if you can make preparations beforehand. Qin Lai put down the letter as his expression turned exceedingly heavy. He had just managed to relax lately, but that tension in his head was heightened once more. Blood Shadow has entered the city, and Armament Sect may be attacked and surrounded by enemies. Qin Lai's gaze slowly turned solemn. Is Qin Bing in there? Sect Master has asked us to send over the spirit materials. The outer sect disciples cried out from the outside. After burning the letter Tong Jihua had given him, only then did Qin Lai open the door once more. He could see a few outer sect disciples carrying boxes full of spirit materials standing at the entrance while looking him with reverence. Bring them in, Qin Lai said indifferently. And so, the large boxes were moved into the cave. Fire Demon Stone, Water Spirit Jade, Water Fluorite. Seeing the boxes of spirit materials, Qin Lai's eyes gradually brightened. He realized that most of the spirit materials here were around Profound Grade 2, and there were even a few special spirit materials that were Profound Grade 3. This was much more precious than the materials than he had asked earlier. The 5 large boxes were filled with fire and water-type spirit materials. Many of these spirit materials were incredibly rare. He believed that with so many spirit materials, even if he failed 4 or 5 times, he would still be able to help Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia forge the spirit artifacts they needed. After locking the door, he calmed himself down and took out the spirit materials one at a time and set them down before him and gently stroked them. He narrowed his eyes. They glittered with light. In his head, he was pondering which spirit diagrams he should use to construct a compound diagram. He quickly concentrated on the task and became fully immersed in his thoughts, wanting to finalize a plan. In the procedural hall at the peak of Flame Volcano, in Xingran, the 3 great reverends, the 7 great elders including Mo Hai, Bloodspear's Xianxia, and Feng Rong had all gathered here. The reason I've gathered everyone over was because the situation has been changing too swiftly. There is a need to get everyone up to speed. Ing Xingran coughed once and looked at Feng Rong, saying, Please explain. The people's gazes were focused onto Feng Rong. We have gained the upper hand since we have started the battle against Dark Shadow Tower. Bloodspear has killed 78 Dark Shadow Tower martial practitioners outside Armament City, and among them, 15 people was in the Manifestation Realm and 1 was in Nether Passage Realm. On the other hand, Bloodspear has only lost 9 people. Feng Rong's expression was full of pride. The 3 great reverends and 7 inner sect elders were all nodding. If it was just Dark Shadow Tower, we believe that Bloodspear can handle this easily. Even if Di Shizhou and Liang Yangju had arrived themselves, they would not be able to overturn their defeat. Feng Rong's tone then took a turn as her bright eyes became clouded by worry. But recently, Dark Azura Hall and Cloud Sky Mountain have slowly stopped trading with Armament Sect on their own. Many of Dark Azura Hall and Cloud Sky Mountain's low-level martial practitioners have also evacuated from Armament City. The moment she said this, many of their expressions changed. Bloodspear has found out that the Valley Masters of Seven Fiends Valley were meeting frequently as of late. It's as if they are discussing highly classified matters. Even Purple Mist Sea seems to be eager to move, and there are martial practitioners roaming around the armament pavilion we have opened at Purple Mist Sea very often. Looking like they want to do something, Feng Rong further explained. Dark Azura Hall, Cloud Sky Mountain, Seven Fiends Valley, Purple Mist Sea, in addition to the Dark Shadow Tower they were fighting right now. The little tricks these black iron forces were pulling caused everyone in the hall to feel worried. The crowd all grew silent. For what reason have they done this? Second Elder Tang Dongling asked softly. Qin Bing's sudden appearance has caused many people to feel uncomfortable. They are worried that Armament Sect will grow stronger and stronger and be harder and harder to deal with. Luo Zhichang's expression was bitter. Not only is Qin Bing a genius in artifact forging, he has also learned a concept and with it caused a world phenomenon. Regardless of artifact forging or the martial way, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Armament Sect has grown stronger and stronger in recent years. Bloodspear's strength has also caused a lot of people to feel pressured. Jiang Hao added. Dark Shadow Tower's swift defeat and 78 casualties has caused even more people to be fearful of us. Feng Rong also mentioned. If the 5 forces join as one, can Armament Sect withstand the pressure? Third Elder Wei Qing asked. Ing Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and even Feng Rong smiled bitterly when they heard him. The answer was obvious. Armament Sect could still handle Dark Shadow Tower easily by itself. Even if Dark Azura Hall was added into the mix, they might still be able to contend against them, just barely. But there was no chance of victory if they were to clash against all 5 forces at once. This Qin Bing is Armament Sect's treasure and scourge. Wei Qing lamented. Before he came, Armament Sect was stable and peaceful. And now, because of his radiance, all 5 forces have grown uncomfortable. Sigh. There's no telling if Qin Bing's appearance is good or bad for us. Whether or not Qin Bing is around, this was something Armament Sect would have to face eventually. Those 2 forces above us have yearned for Armament Sect for the longest time. It was only a matter of time before they would act. Qin Bing's appearance has only hastened this matter. Luo Zhichang pointed above him and sighed. It's not the first time they wanted to take down Armament Sect. In the past, it was thanks to that person that they did not dare to act carelessly. Now that he has not returned to Scarlet Tide Continent for a very, very long time, they have begun to think some more. Chief Reverend, can you contact that person? Second Elder Tan Dongling asked seriously. Inside the procedural hall, everyone's gazes were focused onto Luo Zhichang. Their eyes were filled with great expectation. It's been far too long since we've contacted each other. So long that I'm not even sure if he is still alive. Even if he is, I'm not sure if he'll still help Armament Sect. After all, the one who had built a relationship with him was the sect master from 2 generations ago. At the time I was still just a boy. Luo Zhichang smiled bitterly. You still have that item that can be used to contact him, right? Ing Xingran asked worriedly. It's here. I just don't know if it can be used or not. Luo Zhichang touched his spatial ring, pondered for a moment and said, Moreover, things have not gone over to that point yet. Right now we are just fighting against forces of our own rank. It may be a little too soon to find him now. Inside the cavern, Qin Lai held a spirit tablet and focused on inscribing the spirit diagram. His finger abruptly shivered. Crack! The spirit tablet instantly shattered. No, that's not right. The amplification method of the 9-winding river diagram isn't too right. I need to try again with a different method. Qin Lai's eyes glittered with motes of light as he picked up a new spirit tablet and tried yet again. The shattered pieces of spirit tablets beside him had already formed a small mountain. At least 100 and more spirit tablets had exploded. He was constructing a compound diagram, familiarizing himself with the process inside the spirit tablet to confirm that the spirit tablet could endure the conflict of the compound diagram. This was going to be the first time he himself forged an artifact. Ling Yushi wanted a hoop-shaped artifact forged, and she cultivated a water spirit art. In order to make a spirit artifact that was perfectly compatible with her spirit art, he needed to construct a special compound spirit diagram so both the spirit weapon and spirit art could unleash their full potential. The main diagram Qin Lai chose was the 9-winding river diagram. The spirit diagram he had learned from the spirit pattern pillar was like many flowing long rivers with 9 curves and 18 bends. Therefore, not only was the 9-winding river diagram suitable for a water spirit art, it could even enhance the hoop-shaped spirit artifact's flying maneuverability and also allow the hoop to suddenly curve and twist and turn like a river which possessed the very 9 curves and 18 bends while flying. After confirming that the 9-winding river diagram would be the main diagram, he also needed to combine the basic amplification, spirit gathering, spirit storage, and strengthening diagrams with the main diagram to enhance the 9-winding river diagram's power. As for Ling Xianxia, since she was cultivating a fire spirit art and the spirit artifact she wanted was a fire hammer, Qin Lai had chosen the soaring sky birds diagram as the main diagram. Inscribing the soaring sky birds diagram inside the hammer would reduce the weight of the hammer and cause the flames to float out of it. It could form the shape of a spirit bird and greatly enhance the fire's power. Qin Lai believed that the soaring sky birds diagram was most suitable for the current Ling Xianxia. It would allow her to unleash her true power. But before he actually started forging the artifact, he needed to construct the 2 compound spirit diagrams to confirm that there were no issues. Only then he would be able to truly start. However, it was not an easy task to construct a compound spirit diagram. It required repeated analysis and continuous experimentation. He first needed to inscribe it successfully inside the spirit tablet and confirm that there were no issues at all. Only then would there be a chance of success when he did the same on the spirit artifact. Therefore, the first step was to successfully inscribe the compound diagram inside the spirit tablet. He tried it again and again in attempt to construct the 2 compound diagrams, trying to imprint them inside the spirit tablet with no issues. But this time, the inscription of the spirit diagrams was significantly more difficult. Every one of his ideas would fail when he actually attempted to inscribe them. He continuously adjusted it and used the spirit tablets to confirm his thoughts and then sought out the problem amidst countless exploding spirit tablets. He improved one step at a time as he failed time and time again. Slowly, his recognition of compound spirit diagrams grew deeper, and he gradually began to get the hang of it. 9 days later, inside the dark cave, a spirit diagram in Qin Lai's hands abruptly flew up, suspended midair. There, it unleashed a bright light while twisting and bending. Qin Lai's looks were haggard and his face had dust covering it. But his eyes were filled with high spirits. I took 9 days to successfully construct the first compound diagram. Not too bad. He slowly got excited, lifted a hand, and retrieved that spirit tablet back into his palm. There is still Ling Xianxia's left. He lowered his head and began seriously inscribing again. Qin Lai lost himself in the work. Outside the cave, a beautiful figure stood there as a complex look appeared on her beautiful face. Her heart-wrenching eyes were clouded with a trace of resentment. That figure, of course, was Tang Siki. She had been standing outside Qin Lai's cavern for a while now. She had been waiting for Qin Lai to hear her footsteps and open the door himself. She was waiting for him to come out and meet her. Unfortunately, though, Qin Lai did not open the door, as if a bottle with various flavors were spilled over her heart. All kinds of emotions welled up inside her chest, causing her to feel a little suffocated. 10 days ago, at the entrance of the 9th private room, she had said that she wanted to talk about some matters with Qin Lai. After that, because she couldn't stand Qin Lai giving the Ling sisters special treatment, she had turned her head and walked away. In her mind, Qin Lai would automatically seek her out, come to her cavern, and apologize before inquiring what she wanted to discuss before. And Qin Lai did go to her cave and stand there for a moment, but just when she thought that Qin Lai would knock on the door, he had suddenly turned around and left. At the time, she was inflicted with a terrible sense of loss. For the longest time she was heaven's precious child. Be it armament sect or anywhere else, she was always the focus of everyone's eyes, the partner every man sought out. She had long gotten used to being pampered and carefully loved by someone else. She had never been given the cold shoulder before. Her current feelings towards Qin Lai were growing weirder and weirder. She was slowly losing control of her own heart. A year ago, she had played a trick on Qin Lai, thinking that he would be distracted just like Liang Xiaoyang. As a result, Qin Lai had used the fire sparks to shoo her away, since she had never imagined that a man would treat her this way. She wasn't careful, and thus her clothes were lit with fire. From that, she was met with a most embarrassing situation. At first she had hated Qin Lai right down to the bones, which was why she had chosen Qin Lai as her assistant out of the many outer sect disciples. Naturally, she had ill intentions towards him. After that, she had arranged many difficult tasks to embarrass Qin Lai, to make him realize the consequences of offending her. But to her surprise, Qin Lai was always able to complete the difficult tasks she gave him on time, without cutting corners. Moreover, everything Qin Lai did was scrupulous, so scrupulous that she could not even find the slightest flaw to complain about. Far exceeded her expectations. After that, she had asked Qin Lai to assist her in forging artifacts as her assistant, to help her along the way and handle some trivial matters. She realized that she and Qin Lai actually had an incredible tacit understanding with one another. More often than not, she only needed a glance to make Qin Lai understand what she wanted and how to satisfy her. He was always able to reasonably carry out her ideas on time. Qin Lai was able to perfectly cooperate with her in every aspect. That was why she was getting more and more comfortable with Qin Lai. Liang Xiaoyang's appearance had caused her to feel a hint of danger. While she was still used to the past, Liang Xiaoyang had repeatedly attacked and forced her into an awkward situation. He had nearly succeeded in forcing her out of armament sect in the end. At this moment, Qin Lai had suddenly appeared and promised take back everything that was hers. And he really did it. He ignored armament sect's rules, ignored Liang Xiaoyang's status and identity in the sect, and killed Liang Xiaoyang at the entrance in front of countless martial practitioners. Qin Lai had fulfilled his promise. When Qin Lai's frost blade had pierced through Liang Xiaoyang's heart, her heart was shaken to the core. It was at this moment that how she viewed Qin Lai had undergone a massive change. It was also at that moment that she no longer viewed Qin Lai in the same light. She had thought that these beautiful days would continue forever, that everything Qin Lai did was because he had a special place for her in his heart. But now she thought that it might just be her one-sided delusion. Qin Lai was just the same as ever. He was just as chilly towards people. She had never felt anything odd from Qin Lai's body language or his eyes. Maybe I am just deluding myself. Maybe it is all just wishful thinking. Tang Siki whispered to herself in her heart as a trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of her lips. If you think nothing of me, then why did you throw away everything to kill Liang Xiaoyang? Why did you let me see that incredible moment when you killed him? Why did you stir my heart? Siki? Lian Ro's voice came softly not too far away. Tang Siki turned around. The smile on her beautiful face appeared a bit forceful. Sister Lian Ro, how long have you been here? I've been here for a while now. Lian Ro sighed softly. Oh, you have never fallen for anyone for so many years, nor have you ever thought of any man seriously. Why have you suddenly grown obsessed? Sister Lian Ro, what are you saying? Tang Siki curled her lips and feigned a natural expression, saying, I am here to look for Qin Bing, but he seemed to be forging artifacts, so I hesitated for a moment. Never mind. You know what I was referring to. Lian Ro did not expose her either. When it comes to relationships, Those who act first will almost always become the one who is acted against later. Whoever was moved first, whoever put in the most emotions would also suffer the most in the end. I would advise you to get over it. Don't think of Qin Bing. Just act however you wanted, just like in the past. Only then are you truly Tang Siki, the eye-catching genius girl. After pausing for a moment, Lian Ro said softly, "The current you is looking less and less like you right now. You have changed to the point that I'm slightly disappointed by you right now." "Is that so?" Tang Siki murmured once before a smile appeared on her face once more. "I understand. Thank you, Sister Lian Ro. I will become better. You are right. I've been too obsessed about a certain matter during this period of time. I myself hate the way I am right now. If you can understand, then it'll be great." Lian Ro smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go shopping today and relax a little." Amen. Tang Siki also smiled brightly. The two girls then descended down Flame Volcano and went out of Armament Sect. They went, side by side, to Free Trade Street. Free Trade Street was just as lively as ever. It appeared that they weren't affected by Dark Shadow Tower and Armament Sect's war. It was just as crowded as ever. However, just as Tang Siki and Lian Ro entered Free Trade Street, they immediately felt an almost solid, ruthless aura focused directly on them. A crimson cloud carrying the immense aura of murder descended onto them from above. The two of them could not move. Beneath the cloud, an incredibly thin and small man wearing a blood-red mask slowly became visible. There were many martial practitioners at Free Trade Street, but the moment the crimson cloud and that man appeared, everyone's expressions turned to ones of shock as they withdrew subconsciously. "Who are you?" Lian Ro cried out. "I come from Shadow Tower. I am Blood Shadow. I will use the two of you and exchange your lives for that Qin Bing's." The thin and small man's voice was raspy as he slowly walked towards the duo. A dark green snake flew out of his sleeves and tied itself around Tang Siki and Lian Ro's waists like a rope. With that, Blood Shadow walked forward as the snake began to twist, causing Tang Siki and Lian Ro to follow his footsteps against their will towards a secluded alley. Evening. Holding a bloody cloth and watching the bloody words written on it, Tong Jihua's face slowly turned icy. "Call Yi Yuan over." After thinking for a moment, Tong Jihua exclaimed that softly towards his subordinate outside and called him to perform the task. 10 minutes later, Yi Yuan stood respectfully in front of Tong Jihua. "Elder Tong, are you looking for me?" Tong Jihua passed the blood-stained cloth to him. An hour ago, Tang Siki and Lian Ro had left to Free Trade Street and was caught by Shadow Tower's Blood Shadow. This are the terms Blood Shadow has requested. He requests that we bring Qin Bing's head or Qin Bing himself to him in exchange for Tang Siki and Lian Ro's lives. Lian Ro, Yi Yuan's normally gentle face suddenly revealed a trace of shockingly murderous intent. Shadow Tower's Blood Shadow? One of the 3 shadow guards. You know them too? Tong Jihua was surprised. Yi Yuan did not answer. Instead he asked, "What do you want me to do, having called me here, Elder Tong?" "You?" Tong Jihua narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "It's not like you're Qin Bing. The reason I called you over isn't to ask you to do anything. I just want you to pass this news to the sect master and let him decide what to do with it." "Why tell me to pass the news?" Light flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. Anyone could send this news to the sect master. Tong Jihua had a lot of men, and the blood guards were available for him to order around for years. He didn't need to specifically look for Yi Yuan to handle this matter at all. Back at Purple Mist Sea, Yi Yuan had been famed for his intelligence for years. He had noticed some clues from Tong Jihua's instructions. "I have always liked those 2 girls. I don't want them to die." Tong Jihua fell into silence for a moment before slowly saying, "I know the sect master. I know what his decision will be. If anyone else is to send this message, then those girls will definitely end up dead." Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. "You are more familiar with Qin Bing. You can inform Qin Bing about this." Tong Jihua looked at him deeply. Right now Qin Bing is the only one in the entire sect who may be able to change sect master's mind. Plus, the person Blood Shadow has asked for is him. He has the right to know. Yuan understood. According to Tong Jihua's words, if anyone else had notified Ing Xingran of this, he would have not told Qin Lai. He would directly order the Blood Spear to kill Blood Shadow instead. Ing Xingran would never risk Qin Lai's life. I will seek out the sect master. Yuan lowered his waist and bowed deeply to Tong Jihua. He left only after speaking a soft thanks. Along the way to Flame Volcano's peak with Tong Jihua's banner, he was questioned by several guards multiple times and spent a whole hour before he finally saw the sect master Ing Xingran at the procedural hall. He explained his purpose and submitted the bloody cloth Blood Shadow had sent over. After taking a look at the blood cloth, his expression had also turned serious. He frowned and did not say anything. Yuan waited quietly. After a while, Ing Xingran coughed for a moment, and with a slightly tired voice, he waved his hands and said, "You are also part of the Blood Spear, correct?" Yuan nodded. "All right. Then go to the back of the mountain and notify Xianxia about this matter. Let him handle this." Ing Xingran made the decision with difficulty. Have Xianxia kill that Blood Shadow. If he can rescue Tang Siki and Lian Ro, then that would be the best outcome. If he really can't, then, they'll have to blame their own fates then. Are we not going to inform Qin Bing about this matter? Yuan's heart hit rock bottom as he tried for one last time. Ing Xingran's expression changed as he said sternly, "Qin Bing must not know of this. I want Qin Bing to be ignorant of this matter from beginning to end." Yuan quietly nodded as his heart slowly turned icy cold. He answered once, "Understood." He withdrew his usual gentle smile and walked down from Flame Volcano's peak. At the intersection leading to the back of the mountain and the mountainside, his footsteps paused. "No one is allowed to hurt my Lian Ro," Yuan exclaimed in a low tone before avoiding the mountain peak guards and suddenly rushed towards the mountainside. Before long he had arrived at the cave Qin Lai was cultivating in and banged on the door heavily, exclaiming, "Qin Bing, it's me, Yuan." Qin Lai, who was figuring out the spirit diagrams, frowned and put down the spirit tablet in his hands. He opened the door and let Yuan in, saying indifferently, "What is it?" After a pause, Qin Lai exclaimed with some surprise, "You look terrible." Yuan was usually always cheerful, but today, his expression was dark, and there was some sort of faint madness surrounding his eyes. Caught Qin Lai off guard. Senior Sister Tang and Lian Ro were caught by Blood Shadow at Free Trade Street. Blood Shadow has given his terms. Either Armament Sect shows him your head immediately or they bring you to him alive so he can kill you personally. Yuan's entire body was surrounded with a dangerous aura. "I have gone to the Sect Master, and the Sect Master has decided for Xianxia to kill Blood Shadow. If Senior Sister Tang and Lian Ro's lives can be saved, then it would be the best, but if they cannot, then they will abandon them." He looked deeply at Qin Lai and smiled coldly. "The Sect Master strictly forbids anyone from telling you this. He hopes that you will be kept in the dark from beginning to end." Blood Shadow, Blood Shadow. Qin Lai whispered twice and gradually understood. The letter Liang Zhong had sent over earlier already mentioned that Blood Shadow had arrived in Armament City. He warned him to be careful. In this period of time, he had been staying inside Armament Sect and figuring out the structure of the spirit diagrams inside his cave. Therefore, Blood Shadow could not find a chance to attack, and perhaps that was why he had gotten anxious and attacked Tang Siki and Lian Ro. "It looks like you've already disobeyed the Sect Master's orders. Are you not afraid?" Qin Lai gave Yuan a glance. "One reason I came to Armament Sect was to join Blood Spear and cultivate there. But my biggest reason is still Lian Ro." Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "To me, Lian Ro is infinitely more important than joining the Blood Spear. For Lian Ro Sake's, I would even betray the sect if it is necessary, much less disobeying the Sect Master's orders." Qin Lai's expression shook. He could not help but reevaluate Yuan again. At this moment, he discovered that the current Yuan was completely different from usual. The gentle smile he usually wore on his face was gone. When Yuan turned dark, it was as if he could sense the same darkness and evil he usually found on Gaoyu. He suddenly understood that this Yuan was different from what he had imagined before. This guy was like a sharp blade that had been slipped into its sheath. When a blade was sheathed, it would appear ordinary and plain. But as soon as it is unsheathed, it will immediately reveal its sharpness and true ruthlessness hidden within. I'll come with you to the back of the mountain. We will meet Lord Xianxia together. Qin stood up. Guess you still have some humanity in you after all. Yuan took in a deep breath. The darkness on his face subsided a little. 2 hours later, Qin and Yuan arrived at the forest behind Flame Volcano. They saw Xianxia and Feng Rong together. Blood shadow. A trace of worriness flashed across Feng Rong's beautiful face. This guy is an elder-level expert, a Death Knight trained by the previous Shadow Tower Lord, and a true bloodthirsty and crazy beast. Gray Shadow and Black Shadow are nothing compared to Blood Shadow. They're practically just there to fill in the numbers. This Blood Shadow may be even harder to deal with than Liang Yangzu. What are the sect master's intentions? Xia's tone was calm. Yuan explained Ying Xingran's position. Feng Rong was shocked. She looked deeply at Yuan and said, "So you've disobeyed the sect master's orders then? You've told Qin Bing about this matter. Do you not want to stay in armament sect any longer? For me, Lian Rou's life is more important than everything else. I can sacrifice everything for Lian Rou," Yuan said while bowing his head. Feng Rong was secretly moved. "Kid, you're not too impressive in other aspects, but based on the fact that you can throw away everything for the woman you love alone, I will believe that you're a good person." "Thank you for your praise, Instructor Feng." Yuan bowed. Naturally, the reason the sect master forbade Qin Bing from learning of this is to keep him from being distracted, and so he doesn't participate in this either. Feng Rong felt a little headache coming on. You ignored everything and actually dared to go against the sect master's orders. We are actually a bit afraid of this since this matter really is a bit troublesome. At this point, Feng Rong, Qin Bing, and Yuan couldn't help but look at Xianxia. They knew that Xia's attitude was of the utmost importance to them. There were some things that could be done only after Xianxia had given his approval. "Xianxia," Feng Rong exclaimed softly. "Please save Lian Rou's life, sire." Yuan knelt on one knee and begged. "I want them alive." Qin did not kneel. He only stared directly at Xianxia. "I cannot guarantee their survival, but if you're willing to take the risk, then I can try. Since Blood Shadow wants you alive, I can give you to him alive. As long as you can make sure that he can't kill you with one hit, then I can guarantee your survival." Xianxia grew silent for a moment and stared deeply at Qin. "If you want them to survive, then you can risk it with your own life. Are you willing to try?" Feng Rong and Yuan turned to look at Qin. "I'll go." Qin nodded. "Good." A hint of approval appeared within Xia's eyes. "If this matter succeeds, then we will not be punished by the sect master. But if any accidents occur, then we will all be facing his wrath. Therefore, you had all better be mentally prepared. Make sure that you won't regret making your final decision." Feng Rong, Yuan, and Qin all nodded in unison. "We will wait. We wait for nightfall. Once the day is dark, we will depart." Xianxia sat down. "Qin Bing, let me remind you this. Blood Shadow should be in the middle stage of the Nether Passage realm. There shouldn't be any Manifestation realm martial practitioners who can survive a single strike from him, and you are only at the late stage of the Natal Opening realm. You haven't even reached the peak of it yet, so you had better be mentally prepared. Make sure that you've readied all of your life-saving techniques. Be ready to suffer a direct blow." Feng Rong exclaimed. "Brother Qin, thank you for today," Yuan said heavily. Qin nodded and sat in front of Xianxia. He closed his eyes and quietly awaited nighttime. How can I survive a single hit from a martial practitioner in the middle stage of the Nether Passage realm? Qin kept going over the problem in his mind, but he could not come up with any ideas whatsoever. After the Natal Opening realm, there was still the Manifestation realm before the Nether Passage realm. It was already hard enough to surpass a single realm, much less two. He thought long and hard and realized that he still couldn't figure out any way to ensure his own survival. He did not stop thinking. But time did not wait for anyone. The sky gradually turned dark. Qin Bing, are you ready? After a long while, Xianxia asked one final time. Let's go. Qin Lai forcefully stood up. It was deep in the night at a secluded district in a large mansion filled with cobwebs. This was the base Shadow Tower had set up in Armament City. Half a year ago, Xie Jingxian and Liang Zhong had brought Dark Azura Hall's experts to this place to hunt down Liang Xiaoyang. They had exterminated so many of Shadow Tower's Death Knights that they had essentially cleaned the place with blood. Black Shadow also ended up being killed in this mansion by Blood Spear's experts later on. It was now half a year later. The floor was covered with dust, and there were spiders everywhere. The mansion appeared to be deathly still under the bright moonlight. Amidst the huge trees surrounding the yard, Blood Shadow, thin and short, sat quietly on the dusty floor with a hideous mask on his face. Beside one of the trees, Tang Siki and Lian Ro were tied up by a snake at their waists to the root of a tree. Cloths had been stuffed into their mouths. Blood Shadow's closed eyes opened as he stared in the direction of the entrance. A terrifying, cold light flowed from the pair of eyes that was as poisonous as a venomous snake. SSS, 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 SSS. A great number of little crimson snakes slithered out of the dark corners of the yard. Under the bright moonlight, these little snakes appeared to be incredibly colorful. The small snakes flicked their tongues as a portion of them gathered beneath Tang Siki and Lian Ro's legs. The other portion slithered out of the door. Tang Siki and Lian Ro's mouth were stuffed. Seeing the small snakes gathering towards them, horror shone out of their beautiful eyes as they let out muffled cries, bodies shaking around violently. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the spirit snake's bind. Under the night sky, the desolate mansion appeared somewhat dark and scary as Blood Shadow had merged completely with his surroundings. It was as if the darkness and frightening atmosphere were all caused by him. Half a year ago I killed Black Shadow here. Unexpected. I thought I wouldn't have to come back here anymore. Feng Rong's expression was calm as she helplessly shook her head. It looked like she didn't like this place too much, but she was still the first person to force herself to enter the wide courtyard. Qin Lai and Yi Yuan followed behind her side by side. Meanwhile, Xianxia had hidden himself within the darkness and quietly observed the situation. Blood Spear's instructor Feng? Blood Shadow's raspy voice came over. A hint of terrifying hatred flashed across his eyes filled with venom. Very good. It's good that you've brought him. He looked at Qin Lai and Yi Yuan before his gaze finally focused onto Qin Lai. He nodded and said, Your life for the two girls' lives. Have you thought well and hard about this exchange? Tang Siki and Lian Ro's eyes abruptly lit up. They had not expected that Qin Lai and Yi Yuan would actually come. As Armament Sect's inner sect disciples, they knew Ying Xingran's behavior very well. They knew Ying Xingran would sacrifice himself for the prosperity of the sect, much less the two of them. Ever since they were caught by Blood Shadow and heard that he would trade them for Qin Lai, they had thought that their lives were already lost. That was because they knew that Ying Xingran would definitely abandon them. He would never allow Qin Lai to risk himself in this manner. In truth, their guesses were completely correct. Ying Xingran did abandon them, but Qin Lai had actually appeared. This greatly confused Tang Siki and Lian Ro. It was unlikely that Ying Xingran would have acted differently, so they quickly understood that this course of action was not what Ying Xingran intended. Therefore, they both looked towards Qin Lai. Qin Lai did not answer. He turned around to look at Lian Ro once before walking straight to Blood Shadow. He raised both of his hands to indicate that he had come empty-handed. He even opened the clothes in front of his chest so that Blood Shadow could see that he wasn't wearing any armor, to show that he was here to die. Blood Shadow's eyes were sinister as he let out an odd chuckle. Brat, you don't need to do this. With your natal opening realm, it doesn't matter if you're wearing armor or wielding a godly weapon. You'll be dead in the blink of an eye if I wanted to kill you. Qin Lai did not utter a word. With an indifferent expression, he walked unhurriedly towards Blood Shadow one step at a time. Where is Xianxia? Blood Shadow suddenly asked as he looked at Feng Rong. Xianxia is nearby, isn't he? I know he wants to kill me. I know he will definitely be here. A hint of madness suddenly appeared in Blood Shadow's eyes as he laughed hideously. Xianxia, I'm waiting for you to kill me. The moment his voice fell, hundreds of spirit snakes formed from pure spirit energy rapidly gushed out of Blood Shadow's body. Each of these spirit snakes were at least 3 to 5 meters long and about 2 fingers wide. Like rainbows or cold lightning streaking through the air, they let out a shocking whistling noise as they moved. Out of the hundreds of snakes that were scouring the entire yard, some of them rushed at Feng Rong and Yi Yuan as well. Of the remaining snakes, only 10 spirit snakes hissed and rushed towards Qin Lai's chest, eyes, and stomach. Bang! A terrible pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky and instantly trapped Qin Lai. That energy was like a mountain sitting on his body, causing his knees to bend and nearly forcing him to the ground in but an instant. Under the pressure, he was unable to do anything at all. The only thing he could do was watch the 10 spirit snakes flying towards him as they were about to shoot through his chest. Eye of Frost! Qin Lai inwardly shouted. Icy light suddenly surrounded Qin Lai. Before the 10 spirit snakes could fly in, Qin Lai's body suddenly exploded like a ball of ice before he disappeared along with the shattered icy light. He had teleported to the underground area beneath the Arctic mountain range. This was the solution that he had finally come up out after thinking long and hard along the way there. If he could not take even a single blow, then he just need to not to take it at all. The next moment, Qin Lai appeared at the area underneath the Arctic mountain range and vanished from Armament City. He had slipped away right under Blood Shadow's nose. Blood Shadow's cruel eyes froze when he looked at where Qin Lai was just a moment ago. His expression changed as he spread out his mind consciousness and began searching the area around him. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy or trace of life at all. Qin Lai had disappeared entirely. Blood Shadow was greatly shocked. How did he disappear without any warning? How did he suddenly teleport away? This land's area below ground and the surrounding regions have been sealed off with barriers. How did he escape? Blood Shadow could not believe it. It was at this moment Xia's voice suddenly rang out from the top of a tall building beside this house. Feng Rong, Yuan, leave this mansion and return to Armament Sect immediately. Shock appeared in the eyes of Feng Rong, who was holding all the spirit snakes back with the 100-flower round shield. Xianxia told her to retreat. Xianxia actually told her to retreat. She couldn't believe it. Di Shizhou is here. Liang Yangzhu is here. Yuan Tianya is also here. At the tall building, Xianxia looked down on Blood Shadow with not a trace of emotion in his voice. They did not set up this trap for Qin Bing. They came for you and me. Feng Rong was shocked. Yuan was also so shocked he could faint. You are called Yuan, correct? A voice came from underground. You may leave. Purple Mist Sea wants you alive, so you may live. The voice came from Dark Azura Hall's first hall master, Yuan Tianya. Senior brother Xianxia, are you really going? All of a sudden, Blood Shadow's raspy voice turned sharp and piercing. That voice was very strange, like iron needles scratching against the surface of a knife. It was incredibly unpleasant to listen to. Xianxia, who was already ready to leave, abruptly paused his footsteps and turned around. He asked in a solemn manner, "Who are you? Who are you?" Feng Rong's expression also changed as she coldly stared at the mask wearing Blood Shadow. Her eyes slowly turned solemn. Under the sky of this dark night and within secluded district, this lonely mansion was filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Xianxia had already started to leave, but because of Blood Shadow's one sentence, he had suddenly turned around. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked again. Thick hatred flowed out of Blood Shadow's poisonous eyes. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I respect Master. All these years, the reason I have persisted through them was to kill you. Xianxia, you who killed your own master." "Skylock!" Blood Shadow suddenly exclaimed. Thick, blood-colored clouds suddenly pressed down as though the sky itself were falling. A murderous intent that would destroy a person's soul shot out from the clouds. Amidst the bolts of bloody red light, A gigantic hawk that looked like it had been formed from fresh blood rushed out and swooped down on Xianxia for the kill. At the same time, a thin and shriveled figure quietly appeared on this stone tower. This person looked to be about 60 to 70 years old. He wore a gray-brown robe, and his left hand that was like a withered claw that was carrying a long sword made from white bones. The bone sword was only 3 fingers wide with not the slightest bit of luster on it. It did not appear to be eye-catching in any way. Di Sergio. However, the moment Feng Rong saw him, she instantly cried out, "Careful, Xianxia!" Di Sergio. Xianxia exclaimed solemnly as his eyes turned blood red. A strong, pungent stench of blood so thick it filled the air suddenly spread out from his body. "Rise!" Xianxia pointed a finger at the giant hawk. A dot of blood red flew out of his sleeves. It instantly transformed into a bloody stained spear, and as the spear was unleashed, an extremely mournful, whistling sound suddenly rang out from space itself. It was as if countless evil ghosts and evil spirits were crying out and howling madly from the depths of hell's purgatory. These whistling sounds all came from a single blood spear. Quack! The blood spear pierced the giant hawk, and amidst the spreading stench of blood, it continued to stab at the blood cloud in the sky. Xianxia no longer looked on top of his head. Instead, he bit open his finger and dripped a single drop of fresh blood on his chest. From the drop, a bloody light shined like a spark that was slowly setting the grasslands alight. A few seconds later, the bloody light blinking at Xianxia's chest had solidified into blood-red spirit armor. As the bloody light continued to blink, the spirit armor solidified all over his body, covering his chest, back, shoulders, arms, stomach, and thighs. In an extremely short amount of time, the blood-red spirit armor had covered his entire body. The spirit armor was like a turtle shell. Its surface was inscribed with tight and complicated yet delicate patterns. The patterns were like many veins, and in these very veins, lines of fresh blood flowed. It took only a glance for people to know that the spirit armor was extraordinary. It made people feel that the interior of the spirit armor must be imbued with some kind of magic. Xianxia, I can't walk away today. Yuan Tianya's laughter came from underground. Blood spear is armament sect's armor. Once blood spear is eliminated, armament sect will instantly crumble. The normally distinguished artificers will instantly become the captives of all forces and be imprisoned in their cages, forging artifacts for us. We had enough of the shitty tempers of those artificers. Yuan Tianya walked out into the open while laughing. Like a will-o-wisp, he appeared in front of Feng Rong and Yi Yuan. He even smiled leisurely at the duo before suddenly departing. He was also headed towards Xianxia. Blood Shadow, you only need to trap blood spears, Instructor Feng. You can leave Xianxia to us, Yuan Tianya instructed. It was at this moment that the bone sword gripped in the hands of Dark Tower's Tower Lord, Di Sergio, was suddenly swung at Xianxia. Like a rainbow, the sword swung down, completely unstoppable. Pack, pack, pack. Every stone building that was in front of the bone sword's path, each more than 10 meters tall, suddenly shattered and collapsed. Amidst the exploding stones, there was an eerie white sword beam that billowed like an earth dragon. It rammed and shattered the stone buildings in its way, pounding straight for Xianxia. Meanwhile, Di Sergio, who was swinging the sword, suddenly disappeared while the eerie white sword beam rushed forward with unstoppable power. Surprisingly, Yuan Tinya followed right behind the eerie white sword beam, just like a will-o-wisp once more amidst a sky of stone chips. He was also heading towards Xianxia. Who are you, Blood Shadow? Feng Rong demanded coldly with a frigid expression. I'd like to know if I should call you Junior Brother or Senior Brother? Blood Shadow's evil, snake-like eyes suddenly shone with a hint of bizarre gentleness. He looked deeply at Feng Rong before saying, You should call me Senior Brother. I know who you are now. Feng Rong's entire body turned cold before she shouted fiercely, Why haven't you died yet? The master murderer, Xianxia, hasn't died yet, so how can I die first? Blood Shadow chuckled oddly. We were all raised and taught by our master since we were young. Not only did Xianxia forget his kindness, he had even treacherously killed him. After being taught for so many years by Master, I do have an obligation to obtain justice for him. Master deserved to die. Feng Rong snorted coldly. The gentleness in Blood Shadow's eyes earlier completely disappeared as soon as he heard Feng Rong's one sentence. He instantly shouted in irritation, "Bitch! You deserve to die too." Once finished, his shadow formed under the moonlight shine suddenly started to wriggle eerily, and as if it had turned into a blood-colored demon, it abruptly swooped down onto Feng Rong with killing intent. Blood arts. Materialization. Shocked, Feng Rong abruptly jumped backwards and rushed out of the courtyard. The blurry blood-colored shadow zoomed past, barely a hair away from Yi Yuan's body, and headed straight for Feng Rong. As the blood-colored shadow passed by Yi Yuan, a bloodthirsty and violent aura seemed to have seeped into Yi Yuan's body, causing him to shudder all of the sudden. The evil thoughts and murderous intent inside his heart seemed to have been activated instantly. Yi Yuan wordlessly took out his big umbrella, opened it, and suddenly headed towards Tang Siki and Lian Ro. Blood Shadow still stayed inside the yard and did not pursue Feng Rong. He seemed to be very confident with the shadow he let out. Seeing Yi Yuan approaching, Blood Shadow suddenly said eerily, "The people from Purple Mist Sea want you alive, but that is assuming that you stay obedient. If you plan to join into the fray, then I won't give that face to Purple Mist Sea. I don't care about your grudge with Bloodspear, and I don't care how you're going to split armament sect among yourselves." Yi Yuan stared at Blood Shadow with a surprisingly calm tone. "I only want this woman to survive." He pointed at Lian Ro. Blood Shadow suddenly frowned and turned around to look at Lian Ro. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Not this woman?" Pointing at Tang Siki. "The one I want is her." Yi Yuan's eyes looked straight at Lian Ro. He did not spare Tang Siki a glance. Blood Shadow was obviously surprised for a moment before he chuckled strangely and nodded. He responded, "You relinquished the pretty girl and purposely chose the ugly one. In my opinion, you're either blind or stupid." Yi Yuan scoffed once and only looked at Lian Ro. "That ugly girl has no value to me, and I'm not interested in her either. If you want her, then take her and leave." Blood Shadow waved his hand. He obviously did not think anything of Lian Ro, and he did not want to kill Yi Yuan for a completely useless Lian Ro either. That was why he generously gave out Lian Ro. One could say that he was selling Purple Mist Sea some face as well. His poisonous eyes lurked around Tang Siki's voluptuous body. From time to time he would chuckle. It was obvious that the sexy and seductive Tang Siki was his to be his true meal. It was at this moment, an icy light appeared inside the yard. After the icy light had faded, Qin Lai, who had vanished earlier in a bizarre manner, had once appeared again in the same manner. The Eye of Frost could instantly teleport Qin Lai the area beneath the Arctic mountain range. But every time he returned, it would always be in the same place he departed from. That was why Qin Lai had appeared on the spot where he had left earlier, the spot right in front of Yi Yuan and Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow was obviously caught by surprise. He was confused by Qin Lai's sudden disappearance and appearance. But it was only for an instant. Blood Shadow instantly regained his cool and chuckled, "Brat, you're on the must-kill list, so I won't let you go like Yi Yuan." Blood Shadow softly whistled in a low tone. There were originally many colorful snakes scattered across the various corners of the yard and beneath Tang Siki and Lian Ro's feet. As he started whistling, their colorful and twisting bodies flicked their tongues with hissing sounds, their eyes shining with a poisonous and sinister light before immediately charging towards Qin Lai. "Eat him!" Blood Shadow smiled nastily. Qin Lai's expression abruptly changed. He did not expect to face such a scene when he came back again, nor did he think that he would have to face Blood Shadow alone. According to his promise with Xianxia and Feng Rong, as long as he endured a single direct blow from Blood Shadow, then Xianxia would immediately attack Blood Shadow so that he could never attempt the next strike. Meanwhile, Feng Rong would then seize the opportunity to rush towards Tang Siki and Lian Ro's side and release them. That was the plan they had come up with earlier. Qin Lai had gone to and from the Arctic mountain range and successfully avoided Blood Shadow's attack. He had thought that once he came back Tang Siki and Lien Ro would have escaped danger and that Blood Shadow would have been executed. Reality had gone way out of his expectations. Yuan. Where is Lord Xianxia and Instructor Feng? Qin Lai shouted. A trace of bitterness appeared on Yuan's face, who was about to arrive by Lien Ro's side. But still he headed towards Lien Ro. Lord Xianxia has been slowed down by Di Shurjiu and Yuan Tianya. If there are no accidents, there is still Liang Yangzhu in hiding nearby. Instructor Feng is still around. She was just chased out by a shadow conjured from Blood Shadow's blood and left the yard before you came back. While he was speaking, Yuan had arrived beside Lien Ro. NGH. NGH. Lien Ro shook her head repeatedly while fiercely glaring at Yuan. A muffled voice kept coming out of her mouth as if she was forcing Yuan to do something. Meanwhile, the colorful strange snakes controlled by Blood Shadow slowly gathered beneath Qin Lai's feet. Blood Shadow smiled nastily from the side. He no longer attacked Qin Lai himself. He was obviously waiting to see Qin Lai being bitten to death and devoured by the spirit snakes until not a bone was left. I can't help Qin Bing. Yuan shook his head bitterly and looked at Tang Siki beside him. The bitterness on his face grew thicker as he said, I'm sorry. I can't save you as well. Sadness and helplessness appeared inside Tang Siki's eyes. When she saw Yuan looking at her, her left pinky finger trembled and pointed continuously at her own heart, sending some kind of signal to Yuan. There was beseechment in her eyes. You want me to kill you? Yuan's body trembled. Tang Siki's eyes shone with confirmation. Brat, take your ugly girl and leave already. You had better not cause any trouble for me. Blood Shadow's cruel eyes were still focused on Qin Lai. When he heard Yuan's voice from behind him, he humphed coldly. The beseechment inside Tang Siki's eyes grew thicker. Lien Ro was also fiercely glaring at Yuan. Yuan just stood there while frozen. He did not save Lien Ro, nor did he act according to Tang Siki's words and kill her. He frowned deeply as his expression turned extremely heavy. He was wavering between two difficult choices. SSSSSS. The colorful snakes agilely gathered over. They flicked their tongues and exposed the sharp fangs in their mouths. With Qin Lai's acute perception, he sensed that each spirit snake held an incredible amount of life energy inside them. He guessed that these spirit snakes surrounding him were all rank 2 spirit snakes. The ones that had exquisite patterns on them and even brighter colors were probably rank 3. Rank 3 spirit beasts were the equivalent of manifestation realm martial practitioners. They were definitely not something he'd deal with right now. His other hand, hidden inside his left sleeve, had tightened its grip around the frost eye once more. Seeing the snakes slithering at his direction, he was ready to enter the land of Absolute Zero once more. The land of Absolute Zero. The frozen ancient giant beasts. When he thought of the land of Absolute Zero, he experienced something flashing through his head. Weren't those terrible and fearsome giant beasts of ancient time frozen by ice as well in that cold and frigid world? He had also learned the frost concept. If that person in the past could freeze those ancient beasts, then why couldn't he freeze these little snakes? When he thought of this, he suddenly sat down and even closed his eyes. His left hand was still holding onto the Eye of Frost. His mind consciousness sank amidst the frost concept as if he had stepped into the coldest place in the world. With a cold heart, he had brought the most extreme cold to the world beneath his legs. A terribly cold concept that would freeze the world and freeze every living being in the world solid gradually spread out with him at the center. The maximized frost concept unleashed its true coldness, attempting to turn this land into one of ice and snow. While sensing the frost concept and channeling frost arts, Qin Lai was going to unleash all of the frost energy inside his natal palace. His left hand gripped the Eye of Frost tightly. Just as he was entering the frost concept, a cold aura several tens of times colder than his personal aura gushed out from his body. Croc, 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 croc. The many colorful little snakes that were twisting their bodies suddenly turned rigid. Crystalline and sparkling ice formed swiftly in mere seconds and directly froze the little snakes, turning them into exquisite little ice sculptures. At a glance, all the little snakes were like little trinkets frozen inside ice jades. Not a single one of the rank 2 spirit snakes could resist it. By the time they had felt the frost concept spreading towards them, their bodies were already frozen. The rank 3 spirit snakes, on the other hand, managed to realize the danger of that frost aura in time before it enveloped them and turned about to escape from the area around Qianlai. However, their slithering bodies obviously grew slower and slower until ice gradually appeared on their bodies. A mere dozen or so seconds later, they too were frozen solid. Qianlai opened his eyes. Both of them were completely white with not a hint of emotion in them. Thoroughly chilly and terrifying. All the spirit snakes that could be seen had been frozen into ice sculptures in all sorts of poses. The frost concept on his body had spread out and caused this yard to feel like it was in the most frigid winter since the dawn of time. There were icicles beneath the eaves, and the top of the roof had been covered with a thick sheet of ice. The stone ground beneath their feet had also been covered. Shiver, shiver. Yuan had shrunk down beneath his big umbrella and was trembling all over. His teeth were chattering and his face was a little pale. He might be slightly farther away from Qianlai, but underneath the coverage of this terrible frost concept, he also felt uncomfortable all over. Only by using the big umbrella could he keep the frost concept from affecting him too much. Tang Siki and Lian Ro's bodies were obviously covered with a layer of frost, and their long hairs were frozen as well. From these events, surprise appeared inside their eyes. The eyes underneath Blood Shadow's hideous mask let loose a fierce and brutal color. He was obviously not too affected by it. Seeing that the spirit snakes had been frozen, he frowned and said darkly, "You truly are a genius who has learned a concept. Concepts are something that even I do not have the talent to learn, and yet a natal opening brat like you actually managed to learn it. How unfortunate." As Blood Shadow approached Qianlai, a thick bloody aura gushed towards Qianlai. Qianlai's eyes were disturbed, and his mind shook a little. Seeing Blood Shadow walking towards him, he had the feeling that he was facing an endless sea of blood surging and flooding over him. This was an instinct that came directly from his soul. It was also the mental attack formed by the bloody aura on Blood Shadow. It could strike straight into the depths of his soul. Prack, prack, prack. Blood Shadow walked towards him, one step at a time, and the ice on the frozen spirit snakes exploded at once. The little snakes immediately regained their freedom. Clutching the eye of frost, a thin layer of ice formed on Qianlai's body. The frost concept he had unleashed upon his surroundings was so terrible that even the air itself had gradually stopped. But this level of power seemed to be far from sufficient against Blood Shadow. At the Nether Passage realm, Blood Shadow was a top-notch expert even among the surrounding Black Iron forces. He was someone who could be considered on equal footing with Jiliuyu and Yuan Tianya. This kind of character was obviously not someone whom he could face right now. His eyes were as cold as ever, but his mind was spinning quickly for a way to deal with Blood Shadow. A wisp of mind consciousness had also slipped into spatial ring and searched continuously. All of a sudden, a metallic ball fell into his mind's eye. An idea flashed through his mind as his eyes flashed with a strange light. The Terminator Profound Bomb. He still had one Terminator Profound Bomb left. It was the Terminator Profound Bomb that Li Mu had provided him with a detailed list for, and that he had forged with his own hands. He attempted to activate the Terminator Profound Bomb inside the spatial ring. RRRMMB. As his wisp of mind consciousness moved it inside the spatial ring, a dull rumble came from inside the Terminator Profound Bomb. The light in Qianlai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Your talents are extraordinary. If we allow you to continue cultivate like this, you will definitely become another Mo High in the future. Perhaps you may even become another Xianxia." Blood Shadow moved closer with his entire body boiling with a thick, bloody aura that destroyed all the ice along the way and freed his spirit snakes. The hybrid of Mo High and Xianxia may really lead Armament Sect to glory and turn Armament Sect into the third copper force in Scarlet Tide Continent. Blood Shadow's pupils were like bloody crescents. The blood clouds squirmed above his head. "This is something that no one wishes to see. That is why you are on our must-kill list and why I will kill you." When he finished saying those words, Blood Shadow had arrived within 7 meters in front of Qianlai. The blood cloud on his head was incredibly thick, and the blood aura on his body gushed out madly. Blood Shadow himself seemed to have turned into a bolt of bloody light that shot straight at Qianlai. Qianlai's aura abruptly changed. The frigid coldness in his eyes abruptly turned violent and crazy. He suddenly lifted his hand as the Terminator Profound Bomb abruptly flashed into his palm. Explode! He threw out the Terminator Profound Bomb and retreated swiftly. He evacuated at top speed in the direction he came from outside the yard. Blood Shadow watched the rolling metallic ball with disdain in his eyes. He actually extended a hand to grab it. Cheap tricks. Boom! A violent, thunderous rumble that would shatter the world, followed by many thick and long streaks of lightning abruptly exploded from Blood Shadow's chest. With that, a scream so terrible that it would hurt one's eardrums pierced through that black sky. Blood Shadow's chest crumpled inside. Almost every bone in his body had shattered instantly. There were even many of them protruding out of his flesh. That appearance was incredibly terrible to look at. It was as if he had been torn by demons and monsters. His entire body was filled with broken bones, and these very bones were all from his own body. Blood Shadow had underestimated the terrifying might of the Terminator Profound Bomb. After the Terminator Profound Bomb had detonated, not only did the super-powerful shockwave instantly deal a grievous blow to Blood Shadow, it had also shattered the frozen land around them. The ice-frozen land, the thick ice, the spirit snakes that had turned into ice crystals. They all turned into icy smithereens after the explosion. A huge hole in the ground, several meters deep, was forcefully formed at the center of the yard. It was like the gaping mouth of a gigantic beast. Croak, croak, croak. While the earth shook, the shattered ice on top of Tang Siki and Liang Ro's heads fell down like hailstones from the trees. The ice smashed into Yi Yuan's body, shocking him greatly as he instantly turned around to look behind him. Yi Yuan froze shortly after. Bones covered in blood were protruding from every corner of Blood Shadow's body. Surprisingly, despite being hurt so severely, his body somehow wasn't bleeding too much at all. His hideous mask had also been blasted away, revealing Blood Shadow's true face. It was a terrifying face which had its nose and ears cut off. Yi Yuan, take senior sister Tang and leave this place. Qianlai's icy cold voice suddenly came from underground. When Yi Yuan focused his gaze, he realized that Qianlai was now inside the exploded big hole in the yard, since who knew when. A powerful earth aura was unleashed again from Qianlai's body, causing his temperament to change all of a sudden. He became as sturdy as a mountain, and his body was emanating a heavy yet relieving feeling. Split! Qianlai stood in the middle of the large sunken hole, channeled the records of geocentric magnetism, and shouted suddenly. Inside the hole, an incredibly immense and powerful energy suddenly shook once like the heart of the earth. Kachak! Kachak! Shocking cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Blood Shadow was on. A powerful suction force poured out of the center of the earth. Blood Shadow's grievously injured body was abruptly devoured by the powerful gravitational field after the earth had cracked open a ravine. He fell into the deep seams of the earth. Yi Yuan's expression had changed yet again. Shock appeared in his eyes as if he had just met Qianlai for the first time. Take senior sister Tang and Liang Ro away. Qianlai cried out again. I'm not sure why, but this Blood Shadow is incredibly weak. The blood aura inside his body is not even comparable to a manifestation realm expert. This is probably not his true strength, so don't daze off right now. Otherwise, the moment he escapes danger, both you and I are going to die for sure. Qianlai had an incredibly strong intuition that the current Blood Shadow was definitely not at a normal state. He was definitely not at his best condition. This was because Li Mu had told him before that, although the Terminator Profound Bomb's explosive power was terrible, it was not too realistic to expect that it could severely hurt a Nether Passage realm expert. Moreover, when he had ignited the Terminator Profound Bomb earlier, Blood Shadow had not even caught the Profound Bomb with his hand. That was to say, Blood Shadow had not suffered the full explosive shockwave of the Terminator Profound Bomb at all. But even then, Blood Shadow was still gravely injured to the point where he looked like he could die at any moment, considering the bones inside his body had shattered. This was obviously illogical. Once reminded by Qianlai, as if suddenly remembering something, Yuan took out a blue dagger from his lap and cut off the spirit snake tightened around Tang Siki and Lien Ro's waists. Then he cried out, "Blood Shadow has unleashed his blood arts." Materialization. So his true body didn't even have 30% of his true power. That blood arts. Materialization came into existence with 70% of his blood, with half of his soul as the core and his shadow as the body. That shadow has taken away 70% of his blood and power. While he was speaking, Yuan carried Lien Ro on his shoulders and immediately discovered that a forbidden art had bound Lien Ro's body. As he extended his other hand to carry Tang Siki away as well, a scarlet-red blood shadow suddenly howled violently before rushing back at top speed. Feng Rong had also came back together with that blood shadow. Not good. Yuan was shocked when he saw that blurry, blood-red shadow charging in his direction. He hurriedly withdrew his hand away from Tang Siki and opened his big umbrella. Bits of purple light danced on the umbrella like beautiful, purple starlight. That big umbrella that was seen by Yuan as his second life abruptly began to spin. And while it spun, bolts of fearsome purple light shot out from the sides of the umbrella. Those bolts were like a flock of purple blades. Zing, zing, zing. The purple lights shot everywhere. On the blood shadow's way back, it was struck by the purple lights. Traces of bloody red mist appeared from it. Blood slave, kill all of them. Blood Shadow's true body shouted fiercely from within the crevice. Close! Qianlai madly channeled the power of geocentric magnetism. The split open crevice in the ground was actually closing, bit by bit, with a strength that could crush even a mountain. The bones of Blood Shadow's true body trapped inside the crevice were already broken. So after it was squeezed like that, more explosive cracks like the sound of frying beans came from inside. Blood Shadow let out an inhumane scream. Brat, I'm going to grind you into dust. Good job. Feng Rong rushed over and took out a silver hairpin. There was immense mind energy and constrictive power emanating from it. She waved the silver hairpin and continuously used her mind to lock onto the blood slave. She wanted to seal it with its restrictive power. With full concentration, Yuan continued to wave his big umbrella, and many sword-like purple beams shot at the blood slave without end. Under the purple light's assault, the blood slave steamed with wisps of blood smoke while it avoided being imprisoned by Feng Rong. It was obviously flying towards Yuan, but because Qianlai had used the power of earth to crush Blood Shadow's true body, it seemed to have been affected greatly as well. It finally turned into a clump of bloody light that shook continuously in the air. Return with blood escape. Seeing that the blood slave could not return after a while, Blood Shadow shouted again. Splurt! As he cried out, the blood slave exploded into 7 streaks of bloody lights and plunged towards the underground crevice from different directions. Each and every one vanishing toward Blood Shadow's true body. Every time one of the lights entered his body, his dying consciousness would recover somewhat. When all 7 bloody lights had merged into his true body, all the protruding bones on Blood Shadow's body were actually forcefully withdrawn back into his flesh. Those weak eyes of his had also regained his terrifying, bloody gleam. It was as if his strength had completely returned. I'm going to kill all of you. Blood Shadow howled angrily at the sky before morphing into crimson smoke and flying out from the crevice. A terrifying sphere of power that was as thick as blood suddenly pressed down from the sky and covered the entire yard. I'd like to see who'll die first. Feng Rong laughed coldly. Do you really think you can beat me after withdrawing your blood slave and fighting me with your true body? Feng Rong bit open her finger and pressed a drop of fresh blood between her eyebrows. Then, she slowly pulled out a palm-sized blood knife from between her eyebrows. The moment the blood knife had come out, Feng Rong's aura abruptly changed as her body actually unleashed an even thicker stench of blood than Blood Shadow's. Feng Rong pulled out a palm-sized blood knife from between her eyebrows and grabbed onto it. Blood arts, soul shackle. Feng Rong waved her knife as the knife drew crimson streaks. The streaks of blood intersected in the air to form a bloody net. A soul shackling, mind consciousness suspending bloody aura was unleashed from the bloody net. Cover! Feng Rong pointed at Blood Shadow. The blood-colored net fell on Blood Shadow, attempting to nail down his soul and restrict his consciousness. Both Qin Lai and Yi Yuan felt their souls tighten, as the thought of being imprisoned inside a cage spawned terror spawned within their hearts right after the net had formed. While watching the blood-colored net fall onto Blood Shadow, Qin Lai's mind shook as he realized that every soul-type mind energy seemed to have been shackled as soon as the bloody net was formed. The blood was obviously aimed at Blood Shadow, yet he had felt his own soul tighten as a strange feeling caused him to feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Bing, Yuan, take one each and leave this place as soon as possible. Feng Rong yelled coldly. Her beautiful eyes shone with a faint bloody light. If someone looked at them carefully, they would realize that there seemed to be droplets of blood shaking deep inside her pupils. Take care, Instructor Feng. Yuan had planned to leave a while back. The moment he heard Feng Rong's words, he immediately scooped Lian Ro in his arms and rushed outside immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lai made up his mind as well and ran towards Tang Siki. The battle between the Nether Passage experts was definitely not something he could interfere with. Before Blood Shadow's blood slave had returned to his true body, he only had 30% of his strength. Moreover, after Blood Shadow had been assaulted by the Terminator Profound Bomb's explosion, Qin Lai could even beat him while Blood Shadow was down, and slightly had the upper hand while he was severely injured. But now that the Blood Slave had returned to Blood Shadow's body, the broken bones on Blood Shadow's body vanished, and his aura's strength grew many times over. Qin Lai knew very well that it would be incredibly difficult for him to pose a threat to Blood Shadow right now. If he really pushed himself to stay, he would only become Feng Rong's burden. And so, just like Yi Yuan, Qin Lai carried Tang Siki with him and headed in the direction Yi Yuan had left. Dark Azura Hall's Yuan Tianya was here, Dark Tower's Tower Lord, Di Shurjiu, was also here, and even Shadow Tower's Liang Yangzhu was hiding in the shadows. Even Bloodspear had missed the three entering the city. Their careful plotting was obviously not aimed at a tiny natal opening realm martial practitioner like him, but to destroy Bloodspear itself. They had come for Xianxia and Feng Rong. Qin Lai had seen through this fact very quickly. Yuan Tianya, Di Shurjiu, Liang Yangzhu, who else? Blood Shadow did not kill Yi Yuan, and said that Purple Mist Sea had wanted Yi Yuan to be alive. Could it be that Purple Mist Sea has joined this battle as well? Qin Lai's expression was serious. A bad premonition slowly grew inside his heart as he thought of tonight's events. He suddenly recalled the letter Liang Zhong had sent over. Liang Zhong had told him that Armament Sect was not a good place to stay for long, and that he better leave as soon as possible. Liang Zhong is from Dark Azura Hall. He should have known about today's matter for a while now. Perhaps even Seven Fiends Valley and Cloud Sky Mountain was also in on this. The more Qin Lai thought, the colder he felt. At this moment, he was carrying Tang Siki's voluptuous and lush body in his arms. But there was not the slightest bit of lust in his mind. He only felt chilled to the bones. If the five great forces had joined hands to attack Armament Sect, then where in the world should I go? Qin Lai was at a loss. Qin Bing. At the alleyway, Yi Yuan exclaimed with a serious expression while standing and holding Lian Ro. Qin Lai walked over while holding Tang Siki. Listen, Yi Yuan said. Qin Lai focused his mind, channeled the records of geocentric magnetism, and, with his soul probing for the fluctuations on the ground, listened to surroundings. He heard the cries of fighting, the messy footsteps of martial practitioners, the intense sounds of combat. There is a stone building this way. Let's go up and take a look. Yi Yuan seemed to have predicted something and, after a sigh, led the way up the stone building. Qin Lai followed right after him. At this moment, the duo had left the secluded district where Shadow Tower was. They could not hear the sound of Feng Rong and Blood Shadow fighting either, much less Xianxia's current condition. The location they were in right now could also be considered rather secluded. It was still a ways away from the bustling city area. While holding a woman each, they climbed the tallest stone building and looked into the distance from the top. They could see many houses were on fire and many martial practitioners slipping by swiftly at the faraway bustling districts. They're not from Armament Sect, Yuan sighed softly. Qin Lai frowned. He channeled his spirit energy and attempted to look at Armament Sect's entrance, to look in Flame Volcano's direction. However, both Armament Sect and Flame Volcano were pitch black under the night sky. Because he was too far away, he could not see the situation over there. Qin Bing, to tell you the truth, I came to Armament Sect purely for Lien Ro. I have no interest whatsoever in artifact forging, and I only cared a little bit about Blood Spear's blood pools. But now... Yuan shook his head bitterly. Blood Spear probably won't survive this. Qin Lai's face was solemn. I'm sorry, but I won't be returning to the sect anymore because it will be suicidal. Yuan looked at Lien Ro and said gently, Lien Ro is with me now anyway. I'll be taking my leave. I want to bring her safely away from Armament City. Qin Lai continued to stay silent. He knew that Yuan had always been a very smart and rational person. It was only in front of Lien Ro that he would become impulsive and show a kind of madness only a young person would have. Most of the time, Yuan had concealed himself. He was very good putting up that harmless facade in front of other people. The fact is, Yuan was never a good person. This could be seen when he had attacked all the outer sect disciples at the food hall when he first entered the sect. Qin Lai even felt that Yuan's true strength might be slightly stronger than Pangfeng's. That feeling was now growing stronger and stronger. 5 years ago, when Lien Ro had come to Purple Mist Sea, it was one of the lowest points in my life. My muscles and veins had fallen into disorder because I went against my seniors and cultivated a forbidden art in Purple Mist Sea. Not only would my realm not be able to grow, it would even deteriorate over time. Yuan looked at Lien Ro gently. Then I was demoted from the most talented martial practitioner of Purple Mist Sea to a mere door guide. Everyone taunted and jeered at me that year. I was looked down upon by the people I once thought to be garbage, and I had disappointed the senior who had expected great things from me. It was also that year that Lien Ro came to Purple Mist Sea. As her guide, I was ordered to take her to visit all of the beautiful places in Purple Mist Sea. She had assumed that I was just a common doorman in Purple Mist Sea, but she did not look down on me. While I took her to visit those places of beauty, I felt tranquility from her happiness, and that tranquility was just the right thing that soothed the frustration and worry in my heart and helped me cultivate that forbidden art successfully in the end. I met her during the lowest point of my life where her tranquility calmed my heart. That is why I have come from Purple Mist Sea. I have come to take her with me to leave Armament Sect alive. Yuan looked at Qin Lai. Qin Lai frowned. Why are you telling me this? Is this your special way of saying goodbye? Yuan's expression was a little complicated. After a moment of doubt he revealed, in truth, before I had come from Purple Mist Sea, I already knew that Armament Sect would face this danger. The fact is, I had told you about this and brought you to Xianxia and Fengrong because I was hoping that you could bring Xianxia and Fengrong to meet Blood Shadow together. He paused for a moment at this point, and under Qin Lai's cold gaze, he finally continued, this was what Purple Mist Sea wanted me to do from the beginning. Qin Lai's expression changed greatly. Shock also appeared in both Tang Siki and Lien Ro's eyes, whose body-spirit energy were shackled. It was as if they could not believe Yuan's identity was this complex. Purple Mist Sea wanted me to do this, but they did not order me. But I know their thoughts. Yuan took in a deep breath and elaborated. I know that if I had done it, then Purple Mist Sea would seek them out and negotiate with them to protect Lien Ro's life. The fact is my judgment was not incorrect. They allowed me to take Lien Ro and leave. This means Purple Mist Sea recognized what I have done for them. He looked at Qin Lai and said very calmly, in my opinion, as long as Lien Ro is alive, I don't really care too much if Lord Xianxia, Lord Fengrong and you die. Qin Bing, I'm leaving. The reason I have told you everything I did was because I think of you as half a friend. I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want you to be kept in the dark, to let you know nothing. While carrying Lien Ro, Yuan jumped down from the stone building and looked at Qin Lai one final time from below. I'll be waiting for you to kill me in the future. Once he finished, Yuan opened his umbrella as a shocking sharpness abruptly emanated from his body. It was as if a sharp blade was hidden inside his body, giving off a feeling of great danger. Qin Lai's pupils shrunk as he looked deeply at Yi Yuan's departing visage. He said indifferently, "So this is your true power." As Yi Yuan left, the sharp aura emanating from his body was even more terrifying than Liang Xiaoyang, who had been killed by Qin Lai. Liang Xiaoyang had also been in the late natal opening realm with 9 completely filled natal palaces. But even so, from Qin Lai's point of view, Yi Yuan was at least a full level stronger. Qin Lai had never crossed blows with Pang Feng. Thus, he had no idea how strong Pang Feng was. However, he was certain that Yi Yuan was probably not any weaker than Pang Feng. As for Pang Feng, he was one of Cloud Sky Mountain's geniuses who only came along once every 100 years. He was a youth Cloud Sky Mountain's mountain master, had even attempted to personally persuade to not leave. If Yi Yuan's strength was on the same level as Pang Feng's, then his status within Purple Mist Sea must not have been even slightly inferior to Pang Feng's status within Cloud Sky Mountain. U for Lian Ro. Qin Lai was still standing atop the stone building, still carrying Tang Siki in his hands. His expression was solemn. Towards Yi Yuan, Qin Lai couldn't explain his feelings. However, he felt some admiration towards the deep love Yi Yuan showed to Lian Ro. For love, Yi Yuan was willing to travel 1,000 miles to Armament Sect and give up his respected status within Purple Mist Sea. He was willing to take up the lowly identity of an Outer Sect disciple just to be beside Lian Ro, so that he could take her away in case a day came where Armament Sect met trouble. In this manner, he was like Qin Lai, who, regardless of the reward and how many times he failed, had covered all the costs of the spirit materials which would be used to forge the Ling sisters' spirit artifacts. He was the same as Yi Yuan, he also did it out of love. And when he had learned that Tang Siki and Lian Ro had encountered difficulty, even though he clearly knew that he probably wouldn't be able to take a single blow from Blood Shadow, even though he clearly knew there was the possibility of him being killed by Blood Shadow, he had still personally acted as a bait. This was because of gratitude. It was because of the kindness that Tang Siki and Lian Ro had shown him. Lian Ro had cured him of the Eclipse insect's poison and saved his life. As for Tang Siki, she had, regardless of her prior dislike for him, taught him the techniques of smelting artifacts and let him act as her assistant, allowing him to coordinate with her as she forged artifacts. From this he was able to learn multiple smelting tricks from her, thinking about it from Yi Yuan's point of view. Qin Lai greatly admired Yi Yuan's deep love towards Lian Ro. However, he also felt extremely angry. He was angry at Yi Yuan for ruthlessly betraying him, Xianxia, and Feng Rong for Lian Ro. On this matter, Yi Yuan had conflicted with Qin Lai's bottom line. For Lian Ro's sake, Yi Yuan was not afraid of death. He was willing to go crazy to kill people on her behalf. However, Yi Yuan shouldn't have forsaken those beside him as the price for saving Lian Ro. If Yi Yuan had explained to him in advance, perhaps Qin Lai would have been able to accept it and even would have been willing to cooperate. However, Yi Yuan had tricked them. He had played them for fools, and that caused Qin Lai to be unable to accept it. Nor was he able to forgive it. Yi Yuan, we will definitely meet again, and when we do, I shall see what your true strength is and just how powerful you are, coldly thought Qin Lai. He lowered his head and glanced at Tang Siki, and as soon as he did, he discovered that a glowing sheen was exuding out of her beautiful eyes, as if she had a lot to say. Reaching out, Qin Lai removed the cloth bundle within Tang Siki's mouth. Then he narrowed his brows, waiting for her to speak. Tang Siki's full, lustrous, and fragrant lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Qin Lai froze, then immediately reached out and touched an extremely thin meridian on Tang Siki's neck. Using his spirit energy, he felt it out. A few seconds later, his expression subconsciously became solemn. The stagnation of blood within your body is extremely great. This kind of blood-sealing restrainment technique is not something that I have the ability to disperse, and thus I have no way of allowing you to speak. Tang Siki's eyes rapidly moved as she stared at Qin Lai, seemingly trying to convey her meaning through her eyes alone. Qin Lai carefully observed her for a while, but realized that he was unable to discern her message from her eyes. Afterwards, Qin Lai shook his head, saying, I can't unlock the restraining technique on you. I can only bring you back to the sect and have the outer sect's elders help you. Finished speaking, he didn't even wait for Tang Siki's eyes to move in acknowledgement, as he jumped down from atop the stone tower with her still in his arms. Discerning his bearings, he began moving towards Armament Sect. Walking out of the secluded alley, Qin Lai arrived at the entrance to a formerly bustling street. Upon peeking out, his expression slightly changed. Tonight, atop this street which had probably been bustling during the day, fiery light constantly flickered between the tall buildings on both sides as the sounds of battle echoed over. At the exit of this street, which was the fastest way to Armament Sect, 3 people calmly stood under a burning building. It was Pang Feng, Pang Shirshir, and the owner of Heart of the Great Earth, Wu Tuo. The 3 stood under the gleam of the burning building, as if they were waiting for something. Flames flickered, illuminating Pang Feng. Atop his face, deep, seemingly rock-solid creases could be seen. His body was like a rock, emanating an immovable aura. When Qin Lai appeared holding Tang Siki, Pang Feng raised his head, his 2 profound eyes suddenly landing on Qin Lai. Qin Lai suddenly felt his shoulders sink. He felt as if Tang Siki had suddenly become several times heavier and a bit more difficult to carry. Pang Feng, I have found the person for you. Don't forget our promise. Fatty Wu Tuo chuckled as he casually patted Pang Feng's shoulder and said, I still have other matters to attend to and will be leaving first. Remember what I said earlier. Wu Tuo chuckled at Qin Lai and Tang Siki as he nodded and calmly left. As soon as Wu Tuo moved, several shadows suddenly sprang out from within the burning buildings on both sides of the street. Those shadows were all shop attendants of Heart of the Great Earth, and were practitioners which Cloud Sky Mountain had sent to be in Armament City. A portion of them followed Wu Tuo into the distance. The other portion brandished their spirit artifacts as they continued slaughtering the practitioners who were within the buildings on both sides of the street. Spurt! A javelin was thrown out by someone, nailing a practitioner who had run out of a burning building nearby to a stone wall. Qin Lai concentrated his mind and observed. He discovered that the person who had just been struck by the attendant of Heart of the Great Earth was someone he had previously met before in Armament Sect. It was the outer sect foreign delegate who had visited the sect with Han Qingrui. At the time, this fellow had been walking together with Han Qingrui and conversing with him. This discovery caused Qin Lai to immediately realize what type of people were presiding within these buildings. They were all the outer sect's foreign delegates. He had also immediately understood why Wu Tuo would bring Cloud Sky Mountain's practitioners here and what exactly had occurred. Is Han Qingrui here? Qin Lai's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Atop the burning street, someone suddenly loudly cried out, Old Han is at Crossroads Street." The person who had been nailed to the stone wall firmly stared at Qin Lai. He said this one sentence, then took his last breath. "Has everything been tidied?" "Yes, it's all clean." "Amen. Then let us go." The sound of a few simple words emanated out from the nearby buildings. Very quickly, numerous human figures walked out. These people had just emerged, all respectfully saluted Pang Feng and Pang Shirshir. Afterwards, they moved in the same direction that Wu Tuo had just left to. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any people who drew breath within the buildings which lined the two sides of the street. Under the burning buildings, Pang Feng stood like a mountain. "Junior brother Qin, leave senior sister Tang here and flee." A look of helplessness emerged on Pang Shirshir's little face. As Dark Shadow Tower, Dark Azura Hall, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea have all moved, Armament Sect is definitely finished. It's impossible to rescue the sect. Leave senior sister Tang to us and take this opportunity to flee from the city. Perhaps you will be able to survive, Sai. Qin Lai's face was as cold as ice. Pang Feng and Pang Shirshir were originally from Cloud Sky Mountain. It was clear that these two were the same as Yi Yuan and had been sheltered by Cloud Sky Mountain. He now also understood why Cloud Sky Mountain's Wu Tuo had suddenly entered Armament City and had become the master of Heart of the Great Earth. One of you was a part of Blood Spear while the other was an inner sect disciple. Is this how you two are going to repay the sect? Coldly said Qin Lai. A trace shame appeared on Pang Shirshir's cute little face as she lowered her head. She didn't dare look Qin Lai in the eye as she faintly responded, "We had no other options. What happens if I don't hand senior sister Tang over?" coldly exclaimed Qin Lai. Pang Feng's still body suddenly walked out from beneath a burning house. Narrowing his brows, he said, Sure. Go find Wuto. Leave this matter to me. Don't. Junior brother Qin is also one of the sect's people. He is possibly even the future hope of the sect. Pang Shisher anxiously pleaded. The sect has nurtured us for so many years and I don't want to see it disappear just like that. Please, leave just a flickering flame as hope for the sect. Brother, I beg you. As long as he is willing to put down the person he is holding, he can leave, lowly said Pang Feng. Junior brother Qin, put senior sister Tang down. I beg you, nervously pleaded Pang Shisher. Armament sect is finished. I'm telling the truth. You and senior sister Tang are both on the execution list. If you bring her with you, death is all that awaits you. Wu Tuo promised my brother that as long as my brother was willing to return to Cloud Sky Mountain, he would protect senior sister Tang's life. If you leave senior sister Tang with us, she will live. But if you insist on taking her away, she and you will both be walking atop a road of despair. I'm very curious as to why you want senior sister Tang so badly. Upon hearing Pang Shisher's words and seeing her expression, Qin Lai suddenly began to hesitate. He currently believed that Pang Shisher's words were not false. As he and Tang Siki were both on the execution list, no matter how he fled with her, he might not be able to preserve her life. If Pang Shisher's words were true, however, and the two siblings could let Tang Siki walk on the road of life, should he actually give her away? He needed a reason. My brother loves senior sister Tang. He has always loved her. He's already loved her for many years, but only I have known, shouted Pang Shisher. Qin Lai was stunned. The eyes of Tang Siki, who was sealed by the restrainment technique, upon hearing these words, suddenly became a mess. Clearly, her heart was also in turmoil. Upon hearing Pang Shisher say those words, a trace of embarrassment which seemed out of place emerged on the tough face of Pang Feng, who had been as calm and steadfast as a rock the entire time. Qin Lai immediately knew that Pang Shisher wasn't spouting nonsense. Pang Feng indeed had an unrequited love for Tang Siki, and it seemed like it had indeed been going on for quite a while. Qin Lai had never expected that a guy who generally spoke so few words would actually have the same kind of deep feelings as Yuan. Qin Lai became increasingly hesitant. Whether I leave her or not is not for me to decide. Let's see what senior sister Tang herself wants, said Qin Lai after thinking for a while. He looked Tang Siki in the eye and said, If you want to go with Pang Feng and Pang Shisher, blink 3 times and I shall let you go. If you want to flee with me, don't blink. However, let me say in advance that if you choose to flee with me, I cannot promise that we will make it out alive. Meanwhile, if you choose Pang Feng, you will definitely live. The choice is yours. After these words, Pang Feng and Pang Shisher all suddenly tensed up as they concentrated on observing Tang Siki. They were all looking at a pair of alluringly beautiful, charming eyes. Tiny waves rippled within Tang Siki's pair of enchanting eyes. Under the gazes of the other 3, her eyes suddenly blinked. Joy emerged on the faces of Pang Feng and Pang Shisher as they relaxed. Yeah, in the face of death, no one can feel calm, thought Pang Shisher. From her point of view, Armament Sect was most certainly ruined. It was to quietly disappear like Profound Ice Palace had so many years ago. Tang Siki originally was to be killed on sight. She was someone who, upon seeing a chance for survival, was like a drowning person seeing a boat. She would grasp it tightly and definitely not let it escape. To Tang Siki, these siblings were her boat, one which could bring Tang Siki away from the sea of death. Thus, the 2 siblings believed that, as long as Tang Siki wasn't stupid, she would naturally choose to stay behind. She would choose to continue living with them. Even Qin Lai believed that blinking was a wise decision for Tang Siki. Thus, following Tang Siki's first blink, he nodded and said, Okay, I shall honor your decision and immediately put you down. As he said these words, he prepared to let go of her. However, he discovered that Tang Siki didn't continue blinking. Furthermore, A light was flashing within Tang Siki's eyes as she glared at him. An extremely angry expression emerged on her beautiful face. Qin Lai was stunned. He continued watching Tang Siki's eyes, waiting for her to continue blinking. Tang Siki didn't blink another time. She only stared at Qin Lai. Within her eyes, even a bit of fierceness could be seen as her appearance became tense. You deserve to die. Bastard. Asshole. Die by 1,000 cuts. My eyes were stinging, so I subconsciously blinked. Bastard. A bastard who deserves to die. From when Qin Lai had first spoken, she had constantly stared at him, her eyes never blinking. However, by the time Qin Lai was finished, her eyes were simply feeling too unbearable. She couldn't help but blink. Afterwards, before she could even react, Qin Lai had said that he was going to let go of her, that he was going to leave her. This caused Tang Siki to feel so exasperated that she almost wanted to strangle him. Didn't you say 3 times? Do you not know how to count? You deserve to die, thought Tang Siki in her mind. At this moment, she didn't dare to blink another time. No matter how much her eyes began to sting and feel uncomfortable, she continued to stare at Qin Lai. Her eyes, which were burning with anger, caused his nerves to tingle just from looking at them. Pang Feng and Pang Shirshir in the distance were also dazed. They had also been shocked by this sudden change. The joy on Pang Feng's face gradually disappeared. He was unable to understand Tang Siki's current response. He couldn't figure out why Tang Siki still hadn't blinked. Could it be that she is begging for death? Thought Pang Feng. His expression sank. Pang Shirshir was also startled. She shouted, Senior Sister Tang, only my brother is able to guarantee your life. If you aren't willing to go with us, you might not even live past tonight. You'd better think carefully. There's no way I can promise that I can keep you alive. However, if you go with Pang Feng, you will definitely survive, whispered Qin Lai. Tang Siki continued to intensely stare, her beautiful eyes firmly glued to him. It seemed as if a fire had begun to burn within her eyes. She endured her stinging eyes, resolutely refusing to blink as she stubbornly kept them open. Even though it was clear that following Pang Feng meant surviving and following Qin Lai meant certain death, Tang Siki resolutely and angrily stared at him and bitterly endured her stinging eyes. Under the gaze of Tang Siki's burning eyes, a crack suddenly appeared within Qin Lai's ice-cold heart. Deeping inhaling, Qin Lai calmly said, That's enough. You can stop staring at me now. I understand what you want. Tang Siki's wide-open eyes had long since felt unbearably uncomfortable. Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, she immediately closed her eyes as her tense expression also relaxed. I will honor her decision. What about you too? Asked Qin Lai as he narrowed his brows and looked at the 2 siblings. Pang Shirshir faintly sighed as she shook her head and asked, Brother, are you still going to force the matter? Pang Feng, like a towering mountain, suddenly moved himself in front of Qin Lai and said in a low voice, I don't care how she looks at me. I just want her to live. Thus, whether she wants to or not, as long as I believe that my actions will allow her to live, I shall take action. Without turning his head, he suddenly shouted, Shirshir, leave first. Go and find Wu Tuo and the rest. I shall be just a while. All right. Pang Shirshir knew her brother's temperament well, so she didn't continue to try and persuade him. Before she left, all she said was, Brother, junior brother Qin is the sex hope. Don't kill him. She knew how strong her brother was, so she had a biased confidence towards Pang Feng and believed that Qin Lai was not Pang Feng's match. Mn. Brother promises you that he will leave junior brother Qin alive, said Pang Feng as he nodded. However, even if I don't kill him, there will be others that will. There is absolutely no way that he will be able to escape from Armament City. Whatever, he just cannot die by your hands. I won't allow you to kill even a single person of the sect, shouted Pang Shirshir. All right, I promise, heavily relented Pang Feng. Pang Shirshir glanced at Qin Lai and Tang Siki one last time, then sighed again as she nodded before turning around and leaving. As soon as she left, the imposing aura on Pang Feng's body suddenly became even heavier. He stood in front of Qin Lai like a towering mountain, causing Qin Lai to feel as if he had encountered an impassable object. Qin Lai pondered for a moment, then put down Tang Siki in a safe, nearby corner. His eyes gradually became cold as his entire body began to exude an extremely frigid frost aura. One step after another, he walked towards Pang Feng, the acclaimed #1 disciple of the outer sect. Crack, crack, crack. With his every step, the stone ground beneath his feet froze. In the wake of his advancement, the blazing flames on the buildings situated on the sides of the street gradually died away. Due to his movement, the blazing red street slowly dimmed. Junior brother Qin, I shall ask you one last time. Must you take her with you? Heavily asked Pang Feng. She doesn't want to stay, so I will take her with me. This is her own choice. Whether it is right or wrong doesn't matter. I will respect her choice. Qin Lai's footsteps stopped. To seek life is the right choice. To seek death is ignorance, shouted Pang Feng. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation accompanied by a dazzling golden light suddenly exploded out from Pang Feng's body like a landslide. As Pang Feng charged over, one golden, rock-like fist after another wildly condensed in the night sky above Qin Lai's head and explosively descended like shooting stars. These golden, rock-like fists all contained fierce, unbreakable metal energy. As they plummeted down from within the depths of the stratosphere, they reached an astonishing critical velocity. Bang, bang, bang. As the golden stones fell, the area surrounding Qin Lai froze, and each of his steps resulted in it fragmenting. Translucent slivers and fragments of ice swirled around in the sky under the moon's bright luminescence. Each piece was equivalent to a cold blade. Ice crystal shield. Qin Lai's eyes became even colder as his arms quickly became encased in ice and frost energy surged out from within him, forming a giant ice shield as thick as a glacier in front of him. Qin Lai raised the thick ice shield, which was as big as a millstone, blocking his head. It was used to guard against the rapidly descending golden stone fists. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The golden-colored fists were like meteors, were like giant hammers, and were like falling stones as they violently collided with the ice shield. Fragments of ice shattered atop the ice shield, sparkling under the moonlight. Under the barrage of the descending gold meteors, a crack suddenly appeared, one which became increasingly wider by the moment. Qin Lai's body, which was holding up the shield, suddenly bent, as if his knees were no longer able to withstand the fierce blows and was about to break under the power. So powerful. Seeing the sky filled with descending golden stones, and having felt the violent force from the impact of these stones with his ice shield, Qin Lai trembled in the depths of his heart. Pang Feng was indeed worthy of being called Cloud Sky Mountain's martial genius, for he was harder and fiercer than others. Not even Liang Xiaoyang was comparable to his vigorously unending attacks. Qin Lai believed that if Liang Xiaoyang had dared to come into conflict with Pang Feng, he would definitely have been unable to endure Pang Feng's crazed, unrestrained offensive. Within the darkness of night, one enormous golden fist after another explosively descended like meteors. Pang Feng's figure was like a golden cyclone as he constantly struck out with his golden fists. Bang! The ice shield was finally unable to withstand the constant barrage of attacks any longer and burst into pieces. Its icy fragments flew in every direction. Pang Feng's figure was like a giant hammer as he suddenly appeared and viciously threw a punch at Qin Lai's chest. A violent energy which felt like it would crush everything in its path and would shatter the world surged out from within his fist. The energy was one which would cause any timid practitioner to immediately flee. Tectonic shift. Qin Lai's foot stomped on the ground. Boom! A rumble emanated out from within the depths of the earth as a gravity field suddenly arose, distorting the gravitational pull in the area. Pang Feng's body, which was flying through the sky, suddenly plummeted as if he had instantaneously been pressed down by someone. Upon falling to the ground, the explosive energy he had gathered immediately scattered. The astonishing energy fluctuations surrounding his fist also turned chaotic. Clang! Qin Lai grabbed fragment after fragment of ice. Applying pressure, the ice crystals mysteriously formed into a sharp ice sword. Taking advantage of Pang Feng's body being strewn into chaos, Qin Lai took the ice sword and fiercely stabbed at Pang Feng's chest. Crack, 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 crack. As the ice sword viciously charged forward, a golden light emanated out from Pang Feng's chest. Right when it was about to pierce him, it suddenly exploded at the tip. Pang Feng's body was blown back by the attack. However, at this moment, his entire body was golden. Flashes of a golden armor could be seen beneath his clothes, and even his skin had actually turned golden. It was as if his body and the golden armor were one. Instructor Feng said that out of the practitioners who entered the blood pools to temper themselves, there was one person whose body was stronger than mine, and that was you. Pang Feng had been blown backwards by Qin Lai's attack, and the ice sword at his chest was still exploding into many fragments. Yet at this time he was still able to speak. He looked at Qin Lai and exclaimed, "Your flesh or mine? I want to find out whose is stronger." The golden light around Pang Feng's body suddenly grew brighter. He didn't pull away, and instead decided to take Qin Lai head-on in close combat. It was as if he had deliberately allowed Qin Lai to come close, as if he had deliberately let Qin Lai stab at him with the ice sword, just so that he could compete with Qin Lai over whose body was stronger. Bang, bang, bang. At such a close distance, a golden fist, like a meteor, fiercely struck Qin Lai's chest. A feeling of terror was birthed as Qin Lai felt as if he had been struck by a chariot. His chest was jolted, causing a violent explosion to sound out, and what accompanied it was the violent fluctuation of thunder. Heavenly Thunder's sacred body had been directly triggered. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rumbling thunder emanated out from within each of his body's bones and began to pulsate within his 5 viscera and 6 organs. However, the sound was so withdrawn that only Qin Lai himself could hear it. Zzzt zzzt. Within Qin Lai's pupils, streaks after streaks of fine lightning began to form and wildly fluctuate like dragons. "Since you want to know so badly, I'll gladly fulfill your wish," roared Qin Lai. Bang, bang, bang. Under the moonlight, 2 shadows were constantly assaulting each other like 2 entangled fierce beasts. Dazzling rays of golden light and dark, cold pieces of ice flew around in the sky. Occasionally, the angry rumbling of the earth could also be heard beneath their feet. This area was the one which Cloud Sky Mountain was technically responsible for. Earlier, Wuxia, along with his subordinates, had already killed each and every armament sect foreign delegate nearby. Wuxia had predicted Qin Lai would make his way to this area, and thus, he had brought Pang Feng and Pang Shishir over with him. Upon seeing Qin Lai actually appear, he naturally had immediately left. He had left Qin Lai for Pang Feng. This was because he believed that Pang Feng, the most talented genius of his generation of Cloud Sky Mountain's martial practitioners, would definitely be able to defeat Qin Lai. Pang Shishir had also chosen to leave because she too, like Wuxia, had absolute confidence in Pang Feng. Golden Stone Art, 3rd Style, Landslide. Pang Feng swung both of his hands up, twirling them like a rolling wheel. Clumps after clumps of golden light filled with the sharpness of metal rocks, as though a landslide composed by streams of rolling rocks, violently rolled toward Qin Lai's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The balls of golden light were like boulders as they assaulted Qin Lai's chest, causing all of the bones in Qin Lai's body to crackle. The two were standing extremely close together, to the point that any of their attacks would instantly hit. At such a close distance, neither of them were able to dodge the other's blows. Crack! Qin Lai's body greatly shook as he took advantage of the moment to grasp Pang Feng's shoulders with his 2 hands. Masses of blue lightning suddenly surged out. Within the lightning, the terrifying explosive power of thunder instantaneously burst out. Croc, croc, croc. The golden armor on Pang Feng's body, which was struck by the explosive thunder energy, shattered as if it were golden glass, revealing Pang Feng's solid as iron golden skin beneath it. Thunder energy, you actually also cultivate thunder energy, shouted Pang Feng, unable to bear the pain from the wild, explosive thunder energy entering into his bones. That Qin Lai was able to use earthen energy and create gravitational fields which instantly distorted gravity had already thoroughly surprised him. As they fought in close combat, the sound of thunder rumbling had suddenly emanated out from Qin Lai's body. As thunder energy permeated through his body, Pang Feng was shocked once again. So incredibly secretive. Not only were you hiding earthen energy, you were also hiding thunder spirit arts. On Pang Feng's calm face, golden light began to gradually condense within his eyes. But did you truly think that you would be able to beat me just because you cultivated so many spirit arts? Only if you wholeheartedly focus on a single spirit art can you truly wield its immense powers. As for you, who dabbles in everything, you will never be able to sense the true essence of a single spirit art. As he said this, Pang Feng tore off all of his golden armor, as well as the clothes covering his upper body. A completely golden, glowing body which seemed like it was made of solidified molten steel suddenly appeared. The muscles on Pang Feng's upper body were like pieces of a puzzle as they glowed with a golden luster reminiscent of molten steel. It gave off a feeling of extreme sturdiness, as if it couldn't be penetrated by blades nor spears, as if it was invincible. One vein after another emerged from beneath his muscles like intelligent snakes within his body which had awoken from hibernation. He removed his golden armor and tore off his clothes. In his half-naked state, his eyes were also glowing with a golden radiance, and his whole body was emanating an unparalleled, unrestrained aura. Junior brother Qin, you can still leave if you want to. Pang Feng's expression was heavy as his face also turned golden yellow. Observing him now, it was as if he were a man of pure gold. You are on the execution list. However, if you conserve your power and take advantage of this chaotic time to escape, you might be able to live. After tearing off his clothes, Pang Feng suddenly seemed to have a lot to say. If you continue to fight with me, even if I don't kill you, I will definitely severely injure you. If that happens, you will have no strength to deal with any remaining threats and will end up being killed by others. Qin Lai became slightly dazed as he was unable to figure out Pang Feng's true meaning. He couldn't understand why Pang Feng would say these words right at the peak of battle. You are very strong, and because you have been able to fight with me for so long, I feel very content. A trace of madness flashed through Pang Feng's eyes as he continued. Ever since I began on this path until now, whenever I have fought same-level practitioners, there has never been anyone who dared to fight against me in close combat. Junior brother Qin, you are the very first one who could keep up. Qin Lai became dazed. Listening as Pang Feng explained, Qin Lai understood that he had won the respect of this person through battle. Because he had been able to last against Pang Feng in close combat for so long, he had allowed Pang Feng to feel the utmost joy of battle. This was what caused him to go mad. This was why he had suddenly wasted his breath to speak. Today's fight has brought me joy, a joy I have never felt before. Even more hints of madness emerged within Pang Feng's eyes as he continued. Because I am too joyful, I'm afraid that I will be unable to hold back my strikes. I'm afraid I will be unable to keep my promise with Xianxia, and will lose control and kill you. Pang Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, then shouted, Junior brother Qin, leave senior sister Tang and leave now. I don't want to kill you. Are you even able to kill me? Exclaimed Qin Lai, stomping his foot on his ground. Bang! Pang Feng's golden body was unexpectedly thrown into the air by the sudden reversal of gravity. Qin Lai raised his head to look at the night sky and then finally decided to no longer hold back a single bit of his power. He finally used all of his power to circulate heavenly thunder eradication. RRRMB, RRRMB, RRRMB. Finger-wide bolts of lightning densely twined around Qin Lai's entire body, one after another, like coils of rope as the sound of thunder continuously rumbled out from within his bones. An explosive clap of thunder came from within the depths of the ninth heavens at that moment as a bolt of lightning pierced through the sky like a giant dragon and descended from amidst the roiling clouds. After forming the heavenly thunder sacred body, one can use the energy that is purely within one's body to cause the heavens and earth to change and incite the descent of heavenly lightning, said Qin Shan so many years ago. after so many years. At this moment, Qin Lai was using purely the energy within his body to attract explosive heavenly thunder by inciting the rumbling of thunder within his bones and organs. Crack! An explosive, seemingly world-fragmenting, clap of thunder followed the descent of the giant dragon-shaped lightning bolt, which descended directly upon Qin Lai. At this moment, Qin Lai was covered by interwoven strands of lightning. As the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens, a violent, crazed face looked up at Pang Feng, who had been sent flying into the sky by the reversal of gravity. "You're enjoying this battle, is that right?" asked Qin Lai as the hidden violent madness within him was completely incited. "Well, I haven't started enjoying myself just yet." Boom! The energy of thunder and lightning began to wildly interweave between his two hands, condensing into an enormous thunder-lightning ball. He cupped the thunder-lightning ball and fiercely rushed at Pang Feng's chest. At almost the same time, the giant, dragon-shaped lightning bolt, which descended from the depths of the ninth heaven, and the world-shattering explosion of thunder also fell, landing on both Qin Lai and Pang Feng's bodies. Intense, dazzling fluctuations of light burst out from Qin Lai and Pang Feng's bodies as another world-shattering rumble resounded across the sky. Then, like two empty artillery shells, they instantly fell from midair. Thump! Thump! On the hard gravel street, two human-shaped holes appeared out of nowhere. Electricity-generated smoke emerged from both of the holes. The previous intense, constant sounds of collisions suddenly died away at this moment. Not even a clap of thunder could be heard from amongst the clouds. This area, which had been governed by Cloud Sky Mountain, was, at this moment, surreally calm. Only Tang Siki, who had been put in the corner of the street earlier, was watching the two human-shaped holes with a twinkling radiance flashing in her eyes. Tang Siki's heart was completely filled with shock. She had never expected that Qin Lai would actually be able to cause thunder to rumble within his body and cause the heavens and earth to change, thus inciting the descent of a seemingly world-extinguishing, giant dragon-shaped lightning bolt. She had watched as the two bodies fell from midair and, as if made of steel, create holes in the ground, now inwardly clicking her tongue from the results. "These two aren't human, they're monsters made of steel," she subconsciously thought to herself. Her beautiful eyes focused on the two holes as she waiting for another round of battle to abruptly erupt, for the two to truly decide a winner. A hand suddenly emerged from within one of the holes. Tang Siki's pupils shrunk. She tensed up as she instantly yet subconsciously looked at that hand. It was Qin Lai's hand. It was one she recognized. Because she and Qin Lai had often worked together to forge artifacts, she was extremely familiar with this hand. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Lai, relying on the strength of his own hand, fiercely pulled himself out of the hole. Qin Lai's figure was not pleasant to look at. His entire body was covered in dust as his head, skin, and shoulders were all black. An unapproachable frost energy emanated out from behind him, giving off a feeling of ruthlessness. "Let us leave." Under Tang Siki's gaze, Qin Lai quickly walked over and picked her up again. Although she didn't know why, after being picked up by such a cold body and held so closely, not only did Tang Siki not feel the cold at all, within her heart, she actually felt extreme warmth. Tang Siki couldn't move, and thus, could only gaze at their surroundings. Unable to help it, she looked in the direction of the hole which Pang Feng had created. There was no movement. Qin Lai walked with large steps towards the other district, gradually leaving the area. Tang Siki spent the entire time staring at the hole which Pang Feng was in. However, even by the time Qin Lai left the district while carrying her, she had yet to see Pang Feng climb out from within. "It seems that one carrying me is indeed the true victor," concluded Tang Siki. And it was indeed like that. Only a full quarter of an hour after Qin Lai and Tang Siki had left did Pang Feng manage to climb out of the hole with great difficulty. After getting out, he sat on the nearby fragmented stone ground. The golden color had disappeared from his skin. His normal skin color was now littered with numerous wounds, many of which were still bleeding. He swallowed several medicinal pills and began to silently attune his body as he healed his wounds. A good while later he raised his head and looked at the dark night sky, looking at the clouds which were invisible to the naked eye. He quietly muttered to himself, "That was thunder energy," and he used his body to incite the thunder of the ninth heaven. He also condensed and caused the descent of the lightning. Pang Feng pondered for a while, then suddenly shouted, "You aren't called Qin Bing. You're probably called Qin Lai." Pang Feng's eyes lit up. After sitting for a while, Pang Feng stood back up. His steps were somewhat unsteady as he staggered towards Heart of the Great Earth. When he returned to Heart of the Great Earth, he discovered that Wu Tuo was currently instructing a set of Cloud Sky Mountain practitioners, as if he were seemingly arranging something. Furthermore, Pang Shirshir was amongst them. Upon seeing Pang Feng return without Tang Siki, Wu Tuo astonishedly asked with a slight smile, "What happened? You decided to let her go." Wu Tuo thought that Pang Feng himself had decided to let Tang Siki go. He thought that Pang Feng had decided to stop imposing his will and respect Tang Siki's decision. This was because after Pang Shirshir returned, she had already explained what had happened and how Qin Lai had given the choice to Tang Siki. Thus, Wu Tuo believed that the reason why Pang Feng didn't have Tang Siki with him was naturally due to him respecting her decision. The thought of Pang Feng losing never passed through Wu Tuo's mind. I lost to Qin Bing." Pang Feng only quietly said one sentence. However, he didn't disclose any of the clues he had obtained in regards to Qin Lai's identity. He trudged by himself to the back of Heart of the Great Earth and said, "I'm injured and need some time to recuperate. It would be best if you all don't disturb me." Under the room full of shocked gazes, Pang Feng emotionlessly walked out, not bothering to say anything more. Everyone within the room, including Wu Tuo and Pang Shirshir, were somewhat unable to believe it, unable to believe that Pang Feng would actually admit defeat. This was because from when Pang Feng had begun cultivating until this point, he had never lost when fighting someone who was on the same level as him. This was the very first time. Late into the night, Armament City was burning amidst intense flames as the buildings of the earth, fire, water, and wind districts had all been set ablaze. The martial practitioners of Dark Azura Hall, Dark Shadow Tower, Purple Mist Sea, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Seven Fiends Valley scoured the once bustling streets of the four great districts as they rounded up any armament sect practitioners. In an alley which led to the fire district, the cold face of Qin Lai, who was carrying Tang Siki, was illuminated by the light from the flames. It seemed a bit more weathered and distraught than before. This entire time he had constantly kept his soul consciousness projected, relying on it to avoid being noticed by higher-level practitioners and to explore nearby areas. Upon discovering any powerful practitioners patrolling in nearby districts, he would deliberately avoid those areas, willing to take the long way around rather than risk encountering those powerful practitioners. He was still moving towards Armament Sect. Tang Siki's stimulating and mature body laid on Qin Lai's wide back. After being imprisoned with blood, she couldn't circulate her spirit sea at all, and could only blink helplessly as she lowered her eyes and looked at Qin Lai's face. A trace of tenderness, as well as a trace of luster, gradually emerged within her enticing and charming eyes. To be like this is also not bad, she inwardly thought. Qin Lai's forward steps suddenly stopped. They were currently in Fire District and were still a good bit of distance away from Armament Sect's gate. However, at this point they could already clearly see Flame Volcano. Qin Lai's line of sight passed through the gap between two stone buildings and landed upon Flame Volcano in the distance. Flame Volcano was currently shrouded in dense darkness. From his point of view, he couldn't even see a trace of fiery light. Something wasn't right. Qin Lai's expression became heavy. Flame Volcano was the living quarters of the inner sect disciples and elders. Upon beginning to forge spirit artifacts, inner sect disciples and elders never cared about the time of day. Thus, even at the darkest hour of the night, there would frequently be fiery light flickering atop Flame Volcano. On the volcano, there were also usually a great number of luminous lanterns and crystals which would fill the night with light. But currently, as he looked from where he stood, the volcano was completely shrouded in darkness. From the looks of it, it was completely silent. A bad feeling emerged within Qin Lai's heart. He stopped where he was, his brows deeply furrowed as his inner heart was thrown into turmoil. Should I return to the sect or not? Qin Lai repeatedly asked himself. To be honest, he didn't particularly have any deep affection towards Armament Sect, as he had entered Armament Sect purely for the purpose of learning about how to smelt artifacts. Moreover, even after staying in Armament Sect for the last year, he had only developed somewhat of a friendship with 3 people: Yuan, Lian Ro, and Tang Siki. As for Sect Master Ing Xingran and the 3 Great Reverends, it was only because he had shown such extraordinary talent for artifact forging later on that they had treated him like such a genius. It was only because of this that they had ascended to the heavens in one step and treated him so well. Qin Lai knew very well that the thing that caught their attention was only his talent, not himself. Thus, he didn't have any deep feelings for Ing Xingran and his followers. He only truly had feelings for 3 people, the first one being Yi Yuan, the second one being Lian Ro, and the final one being Tang Siki, who was on his back. That was it. Currently, Yi Yuan had separated from Armament Sect and taken Lian Ro with him, and Tang Siki was on his back. At the moment, Armament Sect was under the joint assault of 5 great forces. The main goal of these 5 great forces was to exterminate Armament Sect so that they could capture and split its artificers. It was also to take the wealth that Armament Sect had accumulated over the last few years. As for him, he was on the execution list. Is there still any need for me to return? If I return, is there anything I can bring back to the sect? Qin Lai asked himself. He couldn't find an answer. Somewhat at a loss, he couldn't find a reason for him to need to return to Armament Sect even after quite some time. After a while, he finally thought of a reason which convinced him. My furnace. I need to forge those spirit artifacts. I also need those spirit materials. The spirit materials that he required for forging spirit artifacts for Ling Yusher and Ling Xianxia, along with his furnace, were all still within his cave. He had promised Ling Yusher that he would definitely forge a spirit artifact for her. Without his furnace and those spirit materials, he would be unable to fulfill his promise. Within the alley, he pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to make a trip to Armament Sect. If I really find myself at some helpless dead end, I'll still have the Eye of Frost and can teleport back to the depths of the Arctic mountain range, concluded Qin Lai in his mind. Let's return to the sect, said Qin Lai as he suddenly turned his head back to look at Tang Siki. Tang Siki's eyes just gazed upon his face, seemingly lost in a trance. When Qin Lai had suddenly turned his head, he had caused Tang Siki's heart to suddenly be thrown into disorder. The slightest tinge of an intoxicating rosy blush appeared on Tang Siki's beautiful cheeks. Light fluctuated within Tang Siki's eyes. Under Qin Lai's gaze, she blinked. However, it was apparent that she was somewhat nervous. All right. Having understood her thoughts, Qin Lai didn't bother saying any more and continued walking forward with her on his back. Not long after, his footsteps stopped once again. He was currently in the area of a blazing, smoky street, Crossroads Street. Crossroads Street. Uncle Han and the rest were all staying at Crossroads Street. I wonder if Uncle Han is still alive? Thought Qin Lai once again as he watched sparks shoot across the street and listened to the tragic cries emanating from within. He once again reminisced about the time he spent at Nebula Pavilion, thinking about how Han Qingrui had cared for him, as well as his friendships with Kang Ji and Han Feng. If there hadn't been any unforeseen circumstances, then Han Qingrui, Han Feng, and Kang Ji were most likely currently at Crossroads Street. They were probably under assault. Senior Sister Tang, I'm going to use a rope to tie you to my back. I plan to cross through Crossroads Street. Qin Lai internally struggled for a while, then sighed. He silently retrieved a leather rope from within his spatial ring and used it to tie Tang Siki tightly onto his back. This way, he would no longer need to use his hands to carry Tang Siki, thus freeing them up. He would now be able to fight if the need arose. After being bound to his back by the leather rope, Tang Siki's luscious body was now sticking even closer to his own. Her 2 protruding twin peaks pressed into his broad back, changing shape due to the pressure. Her 2 perfectly straight, alluringly beautiful legs had also been bound by the leather rope and were now wrapped around his waist. The position caused Tang Siki's face to become bashfully red as her heart was thrown into disorder. This bastard deserves to die, she scolded in her mind. Her eyes began to water and undulated like blue waves. In a little bit, even I will not be able to predict what will happen, nor will I be able to predict who we shall encounter, whispered Qianlai. He solemnly continued. Within Crossroads Street, there are several people who I have old friendships with, and I don't wish for them to encounter trouble. If possible, I plan to try and save them. If there is absolutely no way, then I will only be able to give up on them. By this time, the martial practitioners of the five great forces had already long since completely broken through all of Armament City's main gates. Currently, the martial practitioners belonging to Dark Azura Hall, Seven Fiends Valley, Dark Shadow Tower, Cloud Sky Mountain, and Purple Mist Sea were all within the various large city districts, moving against Armament Sect's foreign delegates, various disciples, and martial practitioners. Crossroads Street, which was in front of them, belonged to Fire District and was an extremely bustling neighborhood. It was where the outer sect foreign delegates lived. Listening to the intense sounds of action from over in the distance, Qianlai knew that there were definitely people currently over there killing outer sect foreign delegates and cleansing the street. What he didn't know was whose people it was. However, when he had sent out his soul consciousness earlier to scout out the area, he hadn't sensed any extremely powerful life fluctuations. It was only because of this that he had decided to make this detour. I'll use everything I have to protect you. Qianlai's head turned around once more as he looked again at Tang Siki. His expression was heavy as he said, I might be bringing you to walk down the road of death, but this was your own decision. I hope your heart is prepared for whatever happens. After he was finished talking, Qianlai finally began to step forward again, moving towards Crossroads Street with Tang Siki on his back. Under the darkness of night, tragic cries incessantly emanated out from both sides of Crossroads Street. Each cry that transmitted over was probably the death of yet another outer sect foreign delegate. Atop the tallest building which oversaw both sides of the street, several figures stood proudly as they condescendingly watched the scene unfold below them. They watched as all of the people within the pavilion-style houses on both sides of the street were killed. Lu Li has been beside Granny Jiu for quite a long time and is quite used to encountering this scene. I'm afraid there are no fluctuations within her heart. Shi Jingyun chuckled and continued, You sure? Xianxia, you two are probably not quite used to it yet, are you? Atop the tall building, Shi Jingyun stood impressively, along with Lu Li, Ling Yushi, and Ling Xianxian. The martial practitioners who were currently massacring all of the Armament Sect outer sect foreign delegates found on both sides of the street were none other than the experts of Seven Fiends Valley. Their leader was Shi Jingyun. Lu Li's expression was as cold as frost, her eyes not showing even the slightest trace of emotion. She seemingly had a coldness which wouldn't melt even after 10,000 years. The flesh of the weak is the meal of the strong. In accordance with this ancient, never-failing truth, Armament Sect can only blame themselves for having fallen to today's events. They were arrogant for too many years, always remaining independent and never joining Profound Heaven Alliance nor Eight Extreme Temple. They didn't respect those above them, nor did they listen to any instructions which were passed down to them. They flourished for so many years and were slowly rising up. Lu Li coldly said, Unfortunately, there wasn't even a single peerless practitioner within the sect who was able to defend themselves. Although Xianxia was strong, he had still yet to reach that level. Thus, Armament Sect was unable to avoid this disaster. Shi Jingyun's expression was heavy as he suddenly interrupted. If we had given Armament Sect another 30 years, Armament Sect could have truly become the third copper rank force on Scarlet Tide continent. In forging, they would have a Qin Bing, a genius only seen once every 1,000 years, at their head. As for Bloodspear, it has always been getting stronger year after year. Already, it is stronger than any of the purely combative teams of one of the five great forces. This point is something that they have proven time and time again. As he observed Lu Li, he continued, Xianxia is much stronger than you think. Even when Liang Yangzhu, Di Shurjiu, and Yuan Tianya attacked together, they were unable to kill him. I just received the news, but Xianxia has already completely escaped. Lu Li's expression slightly changed as she asked, Is Xianxia truly that terrifying? Let me put it this way. The current Xianxia is already the strongest practitioner amongst the 5 great forces, said Shi Jingyun confidently. The Grand Hall Master of Dark Azura Hall and the Mountain Master of Cloud Sky Mountain, and perhaps even that fellow of Purple Mist Sea, are not even close to being Xianxia's equal in one-on-one battles. It's because Xianxia is too powerful, because Blood Spear is becoming ever so more terrifying, and because a fellow like Qin Bing suddenly appeared that the 5 great forces were able to reach an understanding and ally together to eradicate Armament Sect. Lu Li was secretly stunned. Ling Yushi and Ling Xuanxuan's beautiful faces both became slightly pale. It seemed like Shi Jingyun's words were a little hard for the 2 sisters to believe. It was hard for them to accept this brutal reality. Shi Jingyun sighed in his heart as he looked at the 2. He said, "You 2 need to quickly become accustomed to this. This world has always been this cruel. I hope you 2 will be able to become as tough as Lu Li, for your hearts to be as hard as hers. Otherwise, in the future, if Seven Fiends Valley also encounters the same situation Armament Sect is in today, I'm afraid the 2 of you will directly crumble apart. I thank Uncle Shi for his guidance. We shall slowly mature and learn," said Ling Xianxian. Ling Yushi let out the littlest of sighs, then said, "We will gradually get used to this." Shi Jingyun smiled as he nodded before looking back down towards another building and observing the people within the courtyard. It was none other than Han Qingrui, Han Feng, Kang Ji, Kang Hui, and the rest of the martial practitioners whose origins were Nebula Pavilion. To be honest, Yuan Tianya and I spoke to each other, and he wanted me to kill all of these people who left Nebula Pavilion, suddenly mentioned Shi Jingyun. Ling Yushi and Ling Xuanxuan's expressions immediately changed as they hurriedly pleaded in unison, begging Shi Jingyun to show benevolence and let them go. From the moment the 2 saw that Han Qingrui was still at Crossroads Street, they had pleaded with Shi Jingyun, hoping that he would let Han Qingrui and the rest live. It was because of their pleading that Han Qingrui and his people were still alive. "All right, that's enough. As I have already agreed, they will be able to live." Shi Jingyun chuckled as he continued, "After all, Yuan Tianya isn't from our Seven Fiends Valley, so giving him face doesn't mean much to me. Furthermore, in the past, his subordinate Lu Yuntao dared to make a move against the Ling family. This already has not given any face to your master, and in turn hasn't given face to our Seven Fiends Valley. Thus, I shall completely ignore him today." As he said these words, Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxian subconsciously let out their breaths. "Lu Li, I shall leave this side to you. I will go walk around some other areas." After observing the scene and finding it to be under control, Shi Jingyun, feeling reassured, gave Lu Li some instructions before immediately leaving the area in a relaxed manner. "Where's Jingjing?" asked Ling Xianxian as she watched the events unfold below. "How come she isn't here with us?" "She didn't want to come," said Lu Li with a cold expression. After staying at Armament Sect for a year, her temperament seems to have become more gentle as she didn't want to make any moves at all against Armament Sect's people. "No human can be devoid of emotions," said Ling Yushi gently. As she looked towards the where Han Qingrui and his group of people were, traces of helplessness appeared on her elegant face as she lamented. "The world is truly unpredictable. 3 years ago, we still needed to pay attention to Han Qingrui and Kang Hui's expressions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, here we are actually in control of their lives. Sigh. It is truly something that I never would have imagined. Look at that little fatty, his name is Kang Ji. He's the son of the previous pavilion master, Kang Hui," said Ling Xianxian, chipping in. "In the past, when I went to Nebula Pavilion, the guards at the entrance prevented third uncle and me from entering and said harsh words towards us. It was only because of the emergence of this little fatty that third uncle and I were able to enter Nebula Pavilion and meet with Elder Han. He was only giving face to Qin Lai," quietly said Ling Yushi. "Yeah, he was giving face to Qin Lai. If not for Qin Lai, our Ling family would have collapsed long ago." Ling Xianxian fully agreed with Yushi's statement, continuing, "He also helped us by killing Du Haitian and his entire family, a job which should have been ours to complete. If he hadn't killed Du Haitian, then he wouldn't be pursued by Nebula Pavilion, and he wouldn't have disappeared until now." Ling Yusher knit her brows as a feeling of bitterness emerged within her warm heart. She inwardly thought to herself, "Where exactly are you?" "Huh? It's Qin Bing!" suddenly shouted Ling Xianxia. Atop Crossroad Street, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared. It walked along the street, carrying someone else on their back. It was indeed Qin Lai. Ling Yusher was stunned and couldn't help but also look down, looking at Qin Lai who was on the street. How could it be him? Ling Yusher was very doubtful as she, for some reason unbeknownst to her, subconsciously felt uncomfortable as she looked at the youth carrying a beautiful girl below her. Qin Bing? He's Qin Bing. Lu Li's voice became several times colder as she said, "He's the Qin Bing who had me refused outside the gate and wouldn't let me take even a step into armament sect?" "It seems like it is him," carefully said Ling Xianxia. "He's on the execution list." Lu Li took a deep breath. From within her ice-cold eyes, it seemed as if wisps of frigid energy were spilling out. "I'm going to kill him." She took out her long sword, which was made from rock crystal, and suddenly jumped down from atop the tall building, landing right in front of Qin Lai's figure. Seeing the sudden change in situation, Ling Yusher and Ling Xuanxuan's minds were thrown into turmoil. Their minds were completely blank at this moment. "What should we do?" asked Ling Xianxia. This Qin Bing had previously agreed that he would forge personal spirit artifacts for us. Should we help senior sister Lu Li kill him or not? Ling Yusher's mind was similarly in distress, but she didn't know why. As she observed Qin Lai walk across the street with the girl on his back, she had felt a constant discomfort within her heart. When Ling Xianxian asked if they should help Lu Li kill him, she felt even more uncomfortable and felt she shouldn't do that. This person treated us sisters rather well. "It will be hard for me to make a move," said Ling Yusher. I also feel that although his is extremely cold, he is still a good person." Ling Xianxian nodded in agreement, then continued, "Let's just watch for now." Thus, the two sisters just coldly observed from atop the tall building. "You are Qin Bing?" "Armament Sect's Qin Bing." Lu Li landed directly in front of Qin Lai, blocking his way. Her expression was cold as ice as she continued, "Have we met each other in the past before?" "No," indifferently replied Qin Lai. "Have I killed any of your relatives?" asked Lu Li. "No," replied Qin Lai. "Then I am very curious as to why you specifically ordered Yuan to not let me take even a single step into Armament Sect?" screamed Lu Li. "It was only because I felt disgust when I heard your name," coldly exclaimed Qin Lai. "Good. Very good." Lu Li laughed erratically as if she were short of breath. The sound of her laughs were as chilly as frigid air and caused those around her to tremble. "There has never been anyone who has dared to treat me like this. Never before." Frosty light glimmered off of the crystal sword within Lu Li's hand. Qin Lai's expression was ice-cold. He first glanced at Lu Li, then raised his head and looked in the direction of Ling Yusher and Ling Xianxian. A feeling of ridiculousness suddenly emerged within him. From atop the tall building, Ling Yusher and Ling Xianxian looked down on him with vigilant expressions. Currently, Qin Lai had steeled himself to return to Armament Sect so he could retrieve the spirit materials and furnace within his cavern so he could forge artifacts for these two girls and fulfill his promise. Carrying another girl on his back, he had actually been spotted from afar by the girl he loved. Furthermore, they were on guard against him. Regardless of whatever he had predicted would happen, he never would have guessed that Crossroads Street would be cleansed by Seven Fiends Valley. Even less so that the ones responsible would be Ling Yusher, Ling Xianxian, and Lu Li. As he was about to shout out the names of Han Qingrui and the rest, upon seeing that Ling Yusher and Ling Xianxian were present, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew that with Ling Yusher and Ling Xuanxuan's personalities, if they were to discover that Han Qingrui, Kang Ji, and the rest were present, they would definitely protect their lives. Thus, he knew that Han Qingrui and the rest were definitely safe and sound. This was quite a piece of good news for him. The bad news was that, although Han Qingrui and the rest were fine, he was now in a bit of trouble. Trouble which was in the form of Lu Li. Frosty light shimmered off of the crystal sword within Lu Li's hand. Wisp after wisp of icy, Frostbitten air also began to emanate from her body. From within the frost, a coldness containing extreme heartlessness and ruthlessness exuded out. This Lu Li also cultivated frost energy, and her comprehension towards it was just as deep as his. However, Lu Li, similar to Yi Yuan, Liang Xiaoyang, and Pang Feng, was only at the late stage of the natal opening realm. Furthermore, based on Qin Lai's own sense, Lu Li wasn't weaker than Pang Feng or Yi Yuan. At most, she was on Liang Xiaoyang's level. That year in Ling City, Lu Li had also been at the late stage of the natal opening realm. That year, Lu Li had only opened 7 natal palaces. Currently, she had opened up all 9, and they were all completely filled with energy. However, it was still the late stage of the natal opening realm. That year, he had yet to enter the natal opening realm and had been ridiculed by Lu Li's cold eyes. He had been completely ignored by Zhou. Today, although Armament Sect had encountered a great calamity, he was able to truly stand in front of Lu Li. Today, he was able to rely on his status as a martial practitioner of the same stage to directly oppose Lu Li. You want to stop me? You're not qualified. Qin Lai raised his hand. Crack, crack, crack. Fragments of ice composed of dense, white frost energy agglomerated and turned into an ice sword. When the sword formed, a frosty air which was even colder than Lu Li's was suddenly released from Qin Lai's body. It was as if Qin Lai's heart, mind, soul, and thoughts had all formed frost as he instantly entered the concept of absolute zero. A layer of frost formed atop his body while his 2 eyes became silvery white. He looked to Lu Li and indifferently said, "If you cannot comprehend the concept of frost, then you will never, ever qualify to be my opponent." The ice sword flew forward, turning into a sharp, icy light as it shot towards Lu Li's chest. The crystal sword within Lu Li's hand suddenly began to exude an icy fog. In an instant, Lu Li's entire person was enshrouded by it. Right at this moment, when her figure faded, one ice flower after another suddenly flew out from within. Each ice flower was carefully carved and indescribably exquisite, desolate yet beautiful. Moreover, each contained quite a shocking amount of frost energy. The ice flowers flew out one after another as they were controlled by Lu Li and used to disrupt the frosty light atop the ice sword. From within the icy fog, a pleasant ringing sound could be heard. Afterwards, Qin Lai was no longer able to sense his energy atop the ice beam. Concept, your comprehension are still too shallow. Your understanding of frost energy is not enough, coldly shouted Lu Li. Once lustrous ice flower after another suddenly flew out from within the icy fog. Like a hailstorm which had suddenly turned violent, the flowers began to wildly descend upon Qin Lai. Sinkhole. Qin Lai circulated the records of geocentric magnetism, relying on the energy of the earth within him to cause changes within the earth. Amidst the icy fog, the earth under Lu Li's feet suddenly cracked as if a demon had opened its jaws. From the core of the earth, a strong suction force emerged. Lu Li's cold, arrogant figure suddenly began to violently tremble within the icy fog as her footsteps became increasingly unstable. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Qin Lai faced the oncoming lustrous ice flowers with his ice shield as he charged forward while carrying Tang Siki on his back. Once he neared the icy fog, he used his ice shield to directly penetrate into the icy fog. Bang! He heard the sound of a heavy collision as well as the sound of Lu Li's stifled groan. However, he didn't bother looking as he instead increased his speed and rushed past Lu Li. Ling Yushi! Ling Xianxia! Stop him for me! Suddenly shrieked Lu Li from within the icy fog. Atop the tall building, Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia exchanged glances. Their faces both had expressions of helplessness as they bit the bullet and jumped down from the building. The two of them blocked Qin Lai's path once again. I'm extremely sorry, but we cannot let you go. Sorrow was written all over Ling Yushi's beautiful face as the loops atop her snow-white shoulders each began to glow at this time. The corner of Ling Xuanxuan's dress was seemingly ignited by flames as several clusters of fire appeared beside her. Her expression was also somewhat awkward as she stood there looking uncomfortable. She softly whispered, "About this, I don't dare ignore senior sister Lu's orders, so I can only stop you. I'm sorry." Oh. The obscure sound of a conch horn suddenly emanated out from within the icy fog. The expression on Ling Yusher's pretty face slightly changed as she knew what the sound meant. She realized that Lu Li was calling over all the nearby Seven Fiends Valley martial practitioners. She knew very clearly that as soon as the nearby Seven Fiends Valley martial practitioners arrived, Qin Lai would probably not be able to escape. "Sis, block him," said Ling Yusher as her bright eyes continuously blinked, seemingly signaling something to Ling Xianxia. The two sisters were thinking the same thing. With just a glance, they were able to know what the other was thinking. Thus, as soon as Ling Xianxia saw Ling Yusher's eyes, she immediately understood, hurriedly circulating her flame spirit art and causing all of the fireballs around her to fly out. They rushed toward Qin Lai together. Carrying Tang Siki, Qin Lai watched as the two sisters rushed towards him, his eyes indifferent. He didn't move at all. Suddenly, his eyes began to gradually brighten as he realized that he couldn't sense even the slightest bit of killing intent from either of the two sisters. Right at the moment when he was still distracted, the two sisters who were seemingly charging over very quickly suddenly split, one going left and the other going right, as they bypassed him from his sides. They had rushed behind him. "Darn, he dodged us!" loudly shouted Ling Xianxian as he hurriedly turned her head around. "Don't let him escape!" shouted Ling Yusher in accompaniment. Qin Lai's figure slightly quivered as he no longer hesitated and quickly rushed out of Crossroads Street at maximum speed, while the two sisters reformed their attack. Behind him, Ling Yusher and Ling Xianxian acted as if they were chasing in pursuit. Even farther behind, in the distance, Lu Li was still stuck in the fissure within the icy fog, unable to climb out. At the peak of Flame Volcano. "Cough, cough." Xingran's expression was pale. He coughed violently while covering his mouth with a towel. A faint smell of blood came from it. The three great reverends Luo Zhichang, Fang Qi, and Jiang Hao, and the seven great intersect elders Mo Hai, Tan Dongling, and more were now all gathered on this rock overlooking the entire city beneath the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the many bustling streets of the four great districts of Armament City, the earth, fire, water, and wind districts, had all been set alight. When viewed from the peak of Flame Volcano, it seemed like there were numerous fire dragons circling inside Armament City. A terrible scream could be heard from time to time in the places where these fire dragons were found. There were many martial practitioners dressed in different uniforms roaming all four districts, hunting down Armament Sect's foreign delegates and blood spear martial practitioners. Fights had broken out everywhere inside Armament City. Many of the areas were in ruins, and there were countless screams coming from many of the streets. There were even more martial practitioners gathered outside Armament Sect, surrounding Armament Sect and even Flame Volcano itself. Dark Shadow Tower, Dark Azura Hall, Cloud Sky Mountain, Seven Fiends Valley, Purple Mist Sea. Xingran uttered through gritted teeth while coughing violently. His eyes shone with deep-seated hatred. "Dongling, is there any news yet from Xianxia and Feng Rong yet?" exclaimed Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang. Tan Dongling's expression was dark. "They haven't come back yet. Perhaps they have run into an accident." Everyone else's expressions had turned dark as well. Xianxia and Feng Rong were blood spears pillars. They were responsible for dispatching blood spears to destroy their enemies. Now that their backbone, Xianxia and Feng Rong, had gone missing, it caused a hopeless feeling to rise in the three great reverends and seven great inner sect elders. They were just artificers. They had dedicated their entire lives to the path of artifact forging, so they had not spent too much time on the martial path. If they really had to fight to the death, they could not be of any use at all. A martial practitioner of equal rank could break their wings and destroy them with ease. "Xianxia will be safe." Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang comforted the others and himself. "He is stronger than you can imagine. Unless 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance have dispatched their own experts, no one should be able to stop him if he wants to leave. Even if the strongest experts of the 5 great forces had mobilized, they may not necessarily be able to kill him either. Xianxia is even stronger than his master was in the past. Everyone's expressions shook slightly. Qin Bing has also gone missing. I wonder what accident has befallen him. Jiang Hao sighed softly. It must be because of Tang Siki and Lien Ro's matter that he went out of the sect. Ying Xingran said with a scowl. I had specifically instructed that no one was to disturb him from artifact forging. Someone must have contacted him for him to find out about Tang Siki and Lien Ro being caught. That Yuan came from Purple Mist Sea, right? Correct. He is from Purple Mist Sea, Mo Hai answered. Then it must be him, Ying Xingran stated with a snort. They all nodded silently and looked at the flames below within the city. With tense expressions on their faces, they watched all of the martial practitioners from various forces. The reason they're surrounding us and not attacking is because they want to capture us alive. They still need us to forge artifacts. Fang Qi pondered for a moment before he sighed. The reason they're hunting after foreign delegates with combat power and killing Blood Spear's men all over the city is to break our fangs and claws. The moment Blood Spear is exterminated, the moment all foreign delegates with combat power have been killed, we artificers will have no way to resist at all, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. Jiang Hao interrupted. Let's wait. Let's wait for Xianxia and Feng Rong to come back. If Blood Spear truly is eliminated, then Armament Sect may very well not exist for much longer. Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang also sighed deeply. At a street near Armament Sect's entrance, while carrying Tang Siki, Qin Lai stopped at a dark corner of an alley and looked at Armament Sect's entrance from afar. Wu Tuo, Cloud Sky Mountain's martial practitioners, and Shi Jingyun were now guarding Armament Sect's outer sect entrance. They were also whispering and talking to each other. The moment he saw Wu Tuo, Qin Lai's heart sank. He knew it would be almost impossible to step into Armament Sect. Afraid that Wu Tuo and Shi Jingyun would discover him, he quietly crept backwards after just a momentary pause. He withdrew to a black stone building very far away. The moment he came in, he could smell a thick stench of blood. When he focused his gaze, he noticed that there were 6 bodies that died not too long ago in this stone building built from limestone. Judging from their clothes, they should be outer sect's foreign delegates, and they were also those with incredible fighting abilities. It was obvious that this place had been cleaned up before. Those foreign delegates around Armament Sect had all been killed by the cleaner. As he circled around the bloody corpses, Qin Lai carried Tang Siki and arrived at a dark room inside. After releasing the leather ropes binding Tang Siki and straightening her body, he said, I've checked around for a bit. All roads heading towards Flame Volcano have been sealed. It will not be easy for us to return to the sect now. From the moment he saw Wu Tuo, he already knew what they were planning. They wanted to eliminate Armament Sect's combat ability inside the city and control Armament City first. Then, they would capture all of the artificers in Flame Volcano like they were sitting ducks. It was very obvious that they did not wish for those artificers to die. Moreover, they also coveted Armament Sect's years of wealth. After some thought, Qin Lai then guessed that the moment the matter inside the city was finished, the heads of the 5 forces would gather together beneath the foot of the mountain of Flame Volcano and formally negotiate on how to divide Armament Sect's resources for themselves. Resources like spirit materials, spirit stones, and spirit medicine, and the partitioning of the city, Armament Sect, and Flame Volcano, as well as how they were dividing up the artificers. They needed to clear this up before they really set foot into Armament Sect. Before that was done, the reverends and elders would be trapped inside Flame Volcano. They would not be allowed to take a single step anywhere. The truth was that killing was happening everywhere inside the city right now. As long as the elders weren't stupid, they should know that Flame Volcano was still relatively safe. Tang Siki blinked her eyes with a somewhat hasty expression. It appeared that she had something to say, but she couldn't speak. I don't know what you're trying to say. Qin Lai frowned. Right now I can't think of anything either. I don't know where I should go. And there are men from the 5 forces everywhere in Armament City. All the city gates should be on the highest alert. It may not be too easy to exit the city right now. He looked at Tang Siki and said again, the road back to the sect has been sealed as well. If we recklessly show up there is a high chance that we will be captured alive, so this path is not accessible either. In this case, I'm not sure what we should do. We can only find a hiding place in the city for now. What do you think? Tang Siki's eyes stared straight at a single point, the spatial ring on her clean white fingers. There are things inside your spatial ring? Can I take them? Qin Lai asked tentatively. Tang Siki hurriedly blinked 3 times in a row. Then I'll try it. Qin Lai was surprised. He extended a finger and pressed once on the spatial ring, and a wisp of his mind consciousness suddenly slipped inside it. A round and smooth pill that looked like a red gem was the first thing that entered his mind. He suddenly understood what Tang Siki was trying to have him do. He moved his thought, and the rosy, gem-like pill fell into his palm. Holding the pill, he asked again, "This pill can release your bindings?" Tang Siki quickly blinked again. Qin Lai nodded, moved himself closer, and sniffed the pill once. He could smell a thick stench of blood. It was as if this pill was formed from a special type of fresh blood. The smell was very pungent. "Are you sure?" Qin Lai asked again. Hastiness appeared on Tang Siki's face as she continued to blink once more to show that there was no problem with the pill. Qin Lai no longer said anything. With one hand he lifted Tang Siki's small, shapely chin and pressed that rosy pill into Tang Siki's lips. Gulp! Tang Siki swallowed the pill with slight difficulty. An obvious blood aura emanated from her body. As if the blood had set off her frozen blood, it caused her veins to grow active again. Cough, cough, cough. Not too long after, she suddenly began to cough intensely. Her long frozen body was finally able to move again. This is a blood-sealing art often used by blood spear. The blood circulation pill is the best way to remove it. It took me a long while before I could activate the blood circulation pill with a wisp of consciousness. Tang Siki's eyes were opened wide. She was obviously still feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and it took her a while before she could finally speak smoothly. "There is a secret passage here that can enter straight into Armament Sect." "Here?" Qin Lai was shocked. Tang Siki glared at him and exclaimed, "Have you not read the secret scriptures the sect master has passed you?" "I didn't have the time," Qin Lai nodded. "The reason I know about this secret passage is because I've read it before in a secret scripture." Tang Siki moved her limbs as her beautiful face became slowly clouded by worry. It has only been a day and such a massive change has already occurred inside the sect. I hope that sect master and the others have a plan." While saying that, she ignored formalities altogether and grabbed Qin Lai's hand. She pulled him out of the room and headed towards the fake mountain area at the back. Qin Lai was initially a bit unused to being held by her warm, small hands, but seeing the urgency on her face, he obediently followed. Very soon, Tang Siki had brought him to the fake mountains at the back. It is right inside the small cave inside the fake mountain. There should be a huge rock blocking the cave's entrance. Once we push that away, we will be able to enter straight into the sect through the stone passage. This passage was opened by a passionate sect master a few generations ago. It was so that he could leave and meet his lover conveniently. Tang Siki curled her lips and explained. Qin Lai entered the cave inside the fake mountain with her. This fake mountain area wasn't that big in the first place, and the small cave inside was even narrower. The cave could only fit one person. After the duo had entered, they even had to lower their heads and bow their waists, almost pressing their bodies against each other with very slow footsteps before they could walk inside. "The Lord has orders to check the areas that we've cleaned up every 2 hours. Go inside and have a look." It was at this moment a cold voice was issuing orders from outside. Then, heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the stone building. Inside the fake mountain, Qin Lai's expression abruptly changed. He suddenly hugged Tang Siki inside that dark hole and attempted to press close to her ears, asking her to stop for the moment. However, the narrow cave was dark and they were both lowering their waists as well. When he suddenly pressed forward, he seemed to have missed his target. What are you kissing me for?" Tang Siki exclaimed with a mosquito-like voice. Inside the dark cave, her face was burning feverishly. The fragrant scent of orchids came slowly from Tang Siki's body. It seeped into Qin Lai's nose and caused him to grow distracted. The duo were bent over inside a deep cave while pressing tightly against each other. Qin Lai had even hugged her with one hand. Hearing her pout, Qin Lai's expression changed slightly as he immediately noticed that the area he touched with his lips earlier was a little sensitive. "Don't talk. Someone's coming," explained, having quickly lowered his voice. In the darkness, Tang Siki quickly turned silent and began listening seriously as well. She had also heard the oncoming footsteps of martial practitioners and their impatient conversations. Then, she realized that she had misunderstood Qin Lai. "Search the place once more. Someone might have slipped through the net and hid themselves or turned back," the leader called out from the outside. "Got it, my lord," a martial practitioner answered lazily. Someone began to pace closer towards the fake mountain behind the stone building. Qin Lai slowly adjusted his breathing so that his heart rate would slow. He withdrew his soul consciousness and lowered the ripples of his life energy. He quietly entered the state of thoughtless tranquility. In this state, it was as if he had merged as one with the world and become part of it. It was just like an insect that had entered dormancy and did not catch much attention at all. Even those martial practitioners who had higher realms than him would find it difficult to detect his presence after he entered the state of thoughtless tranquility. Tang Siki had never worked hard on the cultivation of the martial way, but her realm was already pretty high in the first place. She was at the manifestation realm and was even stronger than Qin Lai. She might not be able to enter the state of thoughtless tranquility to deal with this current situation, but she had her own methods too. Her method was very simple: swallow a mind-focusing pill. The moment the pill entered her stomach, her heart rate, blood flow, and life energy had all obviously slowed down. She had actually reached a similar state to Qin Lai's thoughtless tranquility. The duo squeezed tightly against each other inside the cave of the fake mountain, with one relying on a strange state and the other relying on a pill. The sounds of the martial practitioners talking could be heard from time to time. They searched through every room inside the stone building and looked through the yard as well. But no one paid attention to a fake mountain, much less attempting to squeeze into the narrow cave of the fake mountain to search inside. After a while, the group who had been ordered to search this area discovered nothing amiss and slowly left. Qin Lai and Tang Siki did not move immediately. They leaned closely against each other and moved not a muscle, still waiting because they were afraid that those people would turn back. After a very long time, Tang Siki felt that her body was a little stiff already. She finally moved her arms and poked Qin Lai softly. "How are you?" She pursed her lips closer and asked in a small voice, sniffing her body scent. Qin Lai turned distracted before he regathered his soul and thoughts and answered indifferently, "I'm fine. Shall we keep moving then?" Tang Siki asked for his opinion. Qin Lai nodded. "All right." Tang Siki began to move. Then, she cried out suddenly before falling limp onto Qin Lai's body. That voluptuous body of hers was pressed tightly against him again. "I half-crouched for too long there. My legs are all numb," she said embarrassedly. Qin Lai did not move or speak. He simply maintained his posture. A sexy figure was pressed tightly against his just like that. Even though he held no undue thoughts towards Tang Siki, he couldn't help but grow restless as well. His breathing grew a little rapid. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself, which was why he dared even less to move. Tang Siki stopped talking as well after she gave the brief explanation. With her body against Qin Lai's, she kicked her legs softly. She was trying to regain the ability to move. Following her kicking motions, at times her seductive body would suddenly come into contact with Qin Lai. At others, they would suddenly grow separate. It was as if she was teasing Qin Lai's heart again and again. Whenever her beautiful figure shifted away from Qin Lai, he would feel a groundless sense of disappointment and reluctance. When she suddenly pressed close to him again, Qin Lai would be shaken and felt a most intriguing satisfaction. "Junior brother Qin, tell me, do you think we can survive this?" Amidst the darkness, Tang Siki suddenly asked quietly. She had switched to her other leg to stretch and kick, doing just the same to get blood flowing. Her circulation had turned sluggish after she was trapped by Blood Shadow's blood-sealing arts. Although she had swallowed the blood circulation pill, her blood had not fully returned to normal. That was also why her limbs had turned numb after crouching just for a little while inside the cave. She almost couldn't stand properly. This was the short-term after effects of the blood-sealing arts. I don't know, Qin Lai said solemnly. Can I ask you a question? Tang Siki said again. Ask away. Why did you want to kill Liang Xiaoyang? Was it for me? Inside the darkness, Tang Siki had stopped kicking her legs. Her eyes were bright, and her spatial ring shone with a faint light. She looked at Qin Lai's face in the weak light. Half her body was still pressed against Qin Lai. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to move away. If he didn't die, I wouldn't have been able to sleep at night. Qin Lai's expression was calm inside the cave lit up by a trace of weak light. He said indifferently. He tried to kill me with eclipse insects and ambushed me at Free Trade Street later on as well. I nearly lost my life both times. When I came back to Armament Sect, the first thing I did was to kill him because I couldn't guarantee that my luck will hold for the third time if he ambushed me again. It's not related to me? There were immense disappointment inside Tang Siki's bright eyes. It really wasn't for me? A little. After a moment of pause, Qin Lai finally nodded. I do not want to see you leave Armament Sect by yourself. I do not want to see you fall to his schemes either. I wanted to take back those things that were originally yours for you. Tang Siki, eyes brightened as liveliness brimmed inside them. There was a trace of happiness at the corner of her lips. So, how much of your motivation to kill Liang Xiaoyang was for me? She asked again. Maybe 20 or 30, Qin Lai replied honestly. That is enough. A beautiful smile spread out from her lips. Before Qin Lai could react, she suddenly moved forward and pecked Qin Lai's face once with her full and fragrant lips. She then smiled sweetly. This is your reward, heh? Qin Lai froze instantly. He stared stupidly at Tang Siki and subconsciously touched the place she kissed before. He was still a little stunned. Let's go. I can see the rocks blocking the stone passage ahead already. The attractive smile on Tang Siki's face did not disappear. She seemed to be feeling pretty good as she headed once again to the front. The spatial ring on her hand continued to let out a faint light which faintly illuminated that attractive figure of hers inside the pitch-black cave. Inside the narrow cave, she had bent her waist and lifted her but slightly. Her butt, in the perfect shape of a peach, was extremely seductive. While watching dumbfoundedly from the back, he suddenly realized that there was fire burning inside his heart. The image of Tang Siki's sexy pose as her butt twisted through the cave was imprinted deeply in his mind. The image replayed again and again in his head, and like a naughty child, he couldn't wipe it away no matter what. Suddenly his throat felt a little dry. Bang! While he was still in shock, he heard the sounds of falling stones at the front. It was only then that he realized Tang Siki had moved the rocks away and was happily waving at him. Junior brother Qin, come over quickly. That secret scripture was completely correct. There really is a stone passage. It looks like Armament Sect's sect master was not a good person. He dug a stone passage purposely to meet his lover. That old lecher. Tang Siki mumbled as if she couldn't get over her senior's terrible behaviors. Qin Lai had no choice but to channel frost arts before he could finally suppress the jumbled thoughts in his head. He sucked in a deep breath and calmed his heart. Then he walked over. There was a stone passage beneath Tang Siki's feet. The stone passage went right underground and was dark. There was even a kind of rotten smell coming from it. I'll go down first. You wait up there until I call for you. Qin Lai frowned and leaped down into the stone passage. The stone passage was wider than he thought. At the least, it was much wider than the cave inside the fake mountain. After he landed, there were gemstones shining beside the stone passage, causing it to be much brighter than the cave above. He looked around for a bit inside the stone passage. Seeing that there was nothing amiss, he finally called out to Tang Siki above. You can come down now. Okay. Tang Siki laughed softly before jumping down from above. After a moment of shock, Qin Lai subconsciously extended his hands to receive her. Then, Tang Siki fell right into his arms. His hands happened to be holding that perfect, mouth-drying butt of hers. The full and smooth touch caused a certain fire in his heart to burn instantly out of control. He discovered that his mouth was turning drier and drier. He felt a flame burning his body and mind, burning at away his rationality. His hands couldn't help but tighten and grab that beautiful but which made him feel the blood rushing to his head. There was a mad blush on his face that had lost all rationality under the illumination of the gemstones inside the slightly wide stone passage. His eyes also shone with a light that only an animal should have. "Oh," Xianxia murmured softly. A drunken red appeared on her beautiful face. A teary light glittered inside those soul-stealing eyes of hers. "Junior brother Qin, why you're hurting me." She suddenly bit her lips and rolled her eyes at Qianlai. Her watery eyes gazed at Qianlai as she said embarrassedly, "Come on, we still have actual business to do." After a moment of shock, Qianlai suddenly came around and realized that the state he had created with frost arts had actually shattered earlier. He quickly channeled frost arts again, going so far as to guide the frost energy inside his natal palace to circulate around all of his veins at once. Only then did the lust inside his body slowly extinguish as he regained true clarity. However, he realized that his hands were still holding Xianxia's, but he quickly released her while looking a little embarrassed. He stuttered, just now, He couldn't say anything. He couldn't explain it, and he could not find convincing words to explain it either. "No worries, it's me, my own fault. I'm the one who was reckless and caused this." Xianxia pursed her lips with a blush, but a hint of a mischievous smile leaked out of her eyes. "Heh, and here I thought Qianlai could not be disturbed even in a woman's lap. A year ago, when you were taking the entrance exam, you had looked oh so serious, and now, aha! Why do I not see any sparks flying in my direction this time?" Qianlai froze. It had been a whole year already, and she still had not forgotten about that matter. She actually hadn't forgotten about the grudge all this time. And this time, she finally found the chance and excuse to counterattack. A woman's heart. Qianlai shook his head with a wry smile, and ignoring her teasing, he turned around and headed deeper into the stone passage. As if she had won a war, Xianxia chuckled all the way and cheerfully followed after him. It was as if the duo didn't realize that their sect was at the border between life and death. The sky was about to brighten. All those armament sect outer sect members who weren't good at fighting had gone up Flame Volcano a long time ago. There was only a small portion of outer sect elders and blood spear martial practitioners left at the outer sect. They were gathered at the back courtyard and did not dare to take a step out of the sect. All of them waited in silence, waiting for Xianxia and Fengrong to come back. Inside an artifact forging room at the outer sect that had been long deserted, a strange noise suddenly rang from an old and broken bronze tripod. This should be the artifact forging room. No one has used this room for many years, so we should be safe to go out now, Xianxia whispered quietly inside the tripod. "All right, let's move." Qianlai's head popped out of the bronze tripod before he jumped out first. Then he extended a hand and pulled Xianxia out as well. Once the duo appeared inside the dusty artifact forging hall, they met each other's glances once with odd expressions. Qianlai adjusted himself and maintained his cold demeanor again. His expression turned indifferent. Xianxia bit her lips softly while her seductive and attractive eyes rolled about once. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. Qianlai's pretentious expression made her feel a little funny on the inside. It made her feel that Qianlai had been using his cold mask to hide his embarrassment this entire time. The fake mountain cave and the stone passage. Those two charming moments had pulled the duo much closer to each other. Xianxia had always enjoyed teasing people. She had never forgotten that matter from a year ago. Now that she had found the opportunity, she would tease Qianlai from time to time. She was actually beginning to take the initiative. Her beautiful eyes rippled as she smiled and said, "Are you ready to go out?" Qianlai suddenly grew anxious. The moment Xianxia had said this, he couldn't help but send out his soul consciousness to search around and scout for surrounding movements. The outer sect elder, Changping, nearby sensed it acutely when Qianlai was floating about with his soul. "Someone is inside the artifact forging room." Changping suddenly cried out softly after being stunned for a moment. Almost instantly, he and two other blood spear martial practitioners rushed towards the artifact forging room and stopped at the abandoned artifact forging room that had been turned into a storeroom. He gestured to the two blood spear martial practitioners with his hand and had them spread out in preparation to flank the opponent. Then, he said in a low tone, "Who's inside?" The moment Cheng Ping's voice came up, Qin Lai and Tang Siki both let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the outer sect of Armament Sect had already been conquered by the five great forces and were worried that the moment they appeared, they would see Dark Shadow Tower and Dark Azura Hall's killers roaming everywhere. If that were really the case, then they would be walking right into the enemy's hands and their own deaths. "Elder Cheng? It's me, Tang Siki. I'm Qin Bing." They both expressed their identities. Cheng Ping was greatly caught by surprise as he exclaimed softly, "It really is the two of you? How did you come here?" He then gestured for the two blood spear martial practitioners to stand down. The two men slowly withdrew the spirit artifacts in their hands. Qin Lai and Tang Siki walked out of the entrance filled with cobwebs above them and arrived in front of Cheng Ping. "Qin Bing. Tang Siki. It really is you two." Cheng Ping was overjoyed. "Old Cheng." Tong Jihua's voice came from afar. "It's all right. Qin Bing and Tang Siki are back." Cheng Ping cried out. "Ah!" Tong Jihua was overjoyed as well. Before long, Tong Jihua had rushed over from afar while leading 5 blood spear martial practitioners with him. He looked at Tang Siki in surprise and asked, "How did you come back? Where's Yi Yuan and Lian Ro?" Tang Siki's eyes darkened. Yi Yuan and Sister Ro may not be coming back any longer. Were they caught in an accident? Tong Jihua's expression was heavy. "What is going on?" Cheng Ping asked softly. Tang Siki detailed the situation outside and pointed out Di Shurjiu and Yuan Tianya's appearance after Xianxia and Fengrong had arrived at the scene, Blood Shadow's might, and the matter's relation with the blood spears. She had elaborated on the things that had happened that night. Tong Jihua and Cheng Ping were greatly shocked by what they heard. Because of that, they would occasionally look at Qin Lai with great shock in their eyes. To shatter Blood Shadow's body with a spirit artifact, to trap Blood Shadow with the power of the earth, to fight Pangfeng and Lu Li afterwards and still successfully bring Tang Siki back to the sect. Had he done this all by himself? As outer sect elders, Tong Jihua and Cheng Ping knew very well how terrifying Pangfeng was. They had also heard of Lu Li's might and could imagine the sheer terror Blood Shadow was. In their eyes, Qin Lai's difficult return to the sect through the rioting armament city was practically unimaginable. "What is the situation?" Qin Lai asked. "The situation over here. Very bad." Cheng Ping sighed once and said, "Not a single man blood spear sent out came back after they were sent out. Lord Xianxia and Fengrong are both missing, and the many experts of the 5 great forces are right outside the sect entrance. They have locked down all exits with clear intentions of trapping us. We are lucky they have not attacked us. Otherwise, we would not be able to stop them at all." Tong Jihua also laughed bitterly. "How about the sect master and 3 great reverends?" Tang Siki asked. "They are at the peak of the mountain. They should be at a loss as well since they aren't good at fighting after all." Tong Jihua frowned deeply. "It is my mistake. I should not have told Yi Yuan about the matter. If it wasn't for this, Lord Xianxia would not have fallen into danger. If he could command Blood Spear, then we may still have a fighting chance." "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Lai scowled. According to Yuan, the 5 great forces had planned to attack the sect for a long time. Even without me or the murder of Liang Xiaoyang, they would have come sooner or later. My appearance had only accelerated the matter a little. "This place is not safe. Head up the mountain. I do not think the enemy will be going up for a while," Cheng Ping said. "Okay. We'll go up first and see what the sect master and 3 great reverends have to say." Tang Siki nodded. Qin Lai exited this artifact forging zone together with her and headed in the direction of Flame Volcano. As the sky slowly brightened, the 12 spirit pattern pillars that were like the pillars of the heavens continued to stand tall at the plaza at the foot of Flame Volcano. Qin Lai and Tang Siki were walking right on top of the plaza and beneath the spirit pattern pillars. When he passed by the 12th spirit pattern pillar, Qin Lai's footsteps grew slightly unsteady. He felt a little regretful that he was not able to understand the wonders of the final spirit pattern pillar. He understood that the moment armament sect was gone, these 12 spirit pattern pillars would either be destroyed or split between the 5 great forces. No matter what the situation was, these 12 spirit pattern pillars might not be here any longer. Moreover, he would never have the opportunity to learn the mysteries of the final spirit pattern pillar. He would not be able to figure out what kind of magical spirit diagram was inscribed inside it. It made him feel a little regretful. That was why he had looked again at this final spirit pattern pillar one last time before he went up the mountain. However, he suddenly froze after a deep glance. He could smell a thick stench of blood. This thick stench of blood actually originated from the spirit pattern pillar before him. It came from the pillar's surface. He had come to a complete halt. He frowned and stared deeply at the pictures of ancient world inscribed on the spirit pattern pillar. He could see that the lines drawn on were actually dyed in fresh scarlet blood. It was as if the magical lines on the spirit pattern pillars were formed from fresh blood. This was definitely different from what he had seen before. Something's not right. Qianlai's expression turned serious. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly sat down just like that. He sat beneath the final spirit pattern pillar. Senior Sister Tang, please return to Flame Volcano first. I'm just going to sit here alone for a while. I will be done very soon, Qianlai said. Tang Siki had also stopped her footsteps at the front and turned back to look at him. Her expression was doubtful. What's wrong? Are you thinking of not giving up and attempting to unveil the secrets of the sect's last treasure before the sect is destroyed? Give me a little more time. Qianlai threw down his words and formed a wisp of mind consciousness. It slipped into the blood-stained ancient glyphs as he began drawing slowly with his soul. Before long, the picture of ancient worlds on the last spirit pattern pillar suddenly came alive. In Qianlai's eyes, it was as if a layer the color of blood had shrouded the lifelike world on the pillar, caused him to grow terribly fearful. He tried once again with a wisp of mind consciousness to break inside it, to break through the barrier. He smelled an even thicker stench of blood as an illusion was born inside his mind. It was as if there was thick, fresh blood flowing inside the spirit pattern pillar, forcefully suppressing the discomfort in his mind. He abruptly rammed into the inner barrier with his wisp of consciousness. Surprisingly, the barrier that had bounced his consciousness away at least 10 times did not stop him this time. His wisp of consciousness had gone in very smoothly. In the next moment, a small, blood-stained space appeared inside his consciousness. This was the world inside the spirit pattern pillar. The sky was bloody, and the ground was dark red. This was a plaza exactly the same as the one outside. There were also 12 spirit pattern pillars here, and they were also inscribed with all sorts of magical and wondrous pictures. Those beautiful pictures wriggled slowly as if they had a mind of their own. For example, the strange howls of the demons and monsters of the celestial ceiling demon diagram were not voiceless, but earth-shaking. The heavenly rivers inside the 9 winding river diagram were like silver rivers flowing upwards to the sky. Clear water flowed slowly inside it. The birds inside the soaring sky birds diagram had extended their wings and flew high in this bloody red space, while continuously unleashing waves of amazing spirit energy. The spirit diagram of the 12 spirit pattern pillars seemed to be filled with energy in this place as they covered the area beneath the bloody red sky. It was an emaciated old man they were sealing underneath. The old man's head was lowered, and he was as thin as a skeleton wearing a human skin. Not a trace of blood could be seen in his entire body. 12 rusty chains connected the spirit pattern pillars on one side and his bag of bones on the other. At a glance, it was as if those chains had grown out of his body and was a part of him. Each of the 12 spirit pattern pillars had a chain connected to his bones. The reason the spirit diagrams above the spirit pattern pillars were active was obviously to seal him. On the plaza, the world inside the final spirit pattern pillar had actually shackled a ghastly old man inside it. Qianlai's mind was shaken. It was at this moment the bowing old man had raised his head suddenly. His white as paper face and scarlet as blood eyes let loose a most shocking light of blood. "Who are you? Where is Yu Hongji? Why is he not here?" The old man yelled furiously while staring at Qianlai. Qin Lai's wisp of consciousness seemed to be perfectly visible in his eyes. It was just a glance. But Qin Lai's wisp of soul consciousness had actually broken down instantly and scattered into wisps of thin smoke. Inside the plaza, Qin Lai's body shook as his eyes opened wide in an instant. He stared at Tang Siki in shock before crying out, "There's someone inside the spirit pattern pillar." What? Tang Siki could not react for a moment. "There's someone sealed inside the last spirit pattern pillar. I just saw him." Qin Lai sucked in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He asked, "Did the sect's secret scriptures have any records about this?" "No, not at all." Tang Siki shook her head continuously with fear written all over her beautiful face. "Qin Bing, who exactly did you see? What is going on?" "I'll explain to you later." Qin Lai thought for a moment before saying, "My wisp of mind consciousness had collapsed instantly after he had glanced at me just once. I'm regathering my consciousness again and going in." After he said this, he closed his eyes again, and under Tang Siki's slightly fearful gaze, he entered inside the spirit pattern pillar once more. Beneath the 12 spirit pattern pillars at the dark red plaza under the bloody sky, the emaciated old man stared at Qin Lai's wisp of mind consciousness with a frigid look and scarlet eyes, shining with terrible blood light. He humphed coldly, "Where is Yu Hongji? Why has he sent you here? Who is Yu Hongji?" Qin Lai expressed out his thoughts. The bloody light inside his pupils was thick as the ghoul-like old man hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Yu Hongji did not send you here?" "No," Qin Lai answered with his mind. "Then how did you get in?" The old man yelled loudly once more. Bang! Qin Lai's mind was inflicted with great pain. The wisp of consciousness he slipped in was destroyed a second time. Outside, he scratched his head subconsciously while a look that he was obviously in pain appeared on his face. When Tang Siki had looked at him, he shook his head with a bitter smile and regathered his mind consciousness once more. This time he expressed his intentions first the moment he entered this wondrous space. "Don't yell. The moment you yell, my head will hurt, and you will directly shatter my consciousness." The mummy-like old man gradually calmed down as he stared at Qin Lai's wisp of consciousness with a pair of bloody red eyes. "If Yu Hongji did not let you in, then how did you manage to come here?" After he said those words, the old man's expression changed as he suddenly looked towards the many spirit pattern pillars beside him. He suddenly recalled a certain possibility as his thin, mummy-like body began to shudder visibly. You've activated all of the spirit pattern pillars." The bloody light in his eyes grew more and more shocking. Not long ago the spirit pattern pillars in here had reacted intensely. "Are you the one who caused them?" "It's you. Are you the one who activated the spirit pattern pillars from the outside and entered into the rest of the 11 pillars?" "Yes. I did cause all 12 spirit pattern pillars to brighten more than half a year ago at the plaza outside," Qin Lai answered. That's right, I should have known," he whispered to himself as his expression grew more and more excited. Rays of terrifying, bloody light burst out of his eyes as he exclaimed suddenly, "Kid, let me out and I will give you a huge fortune." "Let you out?" Qin Lai observed him with his mind and answered with his thoughts. "Who trapped you here? How many years have you stayed in this place? Who is Yu Hongji? Also, why have they trapped you? How can I release you? What can you give me?" Qin Lai asked all of the questions on his mind. "You don't need to know about me." The man quickly calmed down. "Kid, you only need to know that I can give you everything you want. I will not let you go." Qin Lai expressed, "You are too dangerous. There's no telling what you will do in the outside world, and I cannot guarantee that you will not casually kill me once you come out. So before I have a way to resist you, you'll stay right here." Once he was finished, Qin Lai immediately withdrew his mind consciousness. The second his wisp of consciousness had slipped away, the old man suddenly roared madly inside this space. It was like a demon from hell howling. A bloody aura so terrible which seemed it could destroy the world filled the entire space suddenly. It caused the bloody sky to look as if it would start to drip blood and the dark red ground to shake with destructive waves. It was as if this aura alone could kill Qianlai countless times over and vanquish his soul in its entirety. But it lasted for only a moment. The old man calmed down as his face grew paler. Even the bloody light in his eyes had gradually darkened. More than 1,000 years have passed, more than 1,000 years. He grit his teeth and exclaimed with a raspy voice. Yu Hongji could not take me away from here, but perhaps this kid can. Only a person who can learn everything about the 11 spirit pattern pillars can truly release the sealing art exerted here. His eyes burned with the light of hope. Starting at the bloody sky, his expression had already calmed down completely. He then exclaimed in a low tone, I will get out of here no matter the cost. Qianlai opened his eyes. His expression was incredibly serious as he stared at the spirit pattern pillar in front of him. He had withdrawn all of his consciousness. The man sealed inside the spirit pattern pillar reeked with the thick and terrifying smell of fresh blood. It was obviously of the same kind the blood spear martial practitioners had, the same that Xianxia and Fengrong possessed. What was this man's connection with blood spear? While thinking, Qianlai suddenly asked Tang Siki, Senior Sister Tang, have you ever heard of someone named Yu Hongji before? Tang Siki's expression abruptly changed. Why did you suddenly bring him up? Qianlai's mind caught on as he questioned closely. The person inside the spirit pattern pillar mentioned Yu Hongji. He thought that I was sent in by him, so he definitely saw Yu Hongji before. Just who is this Yu Hongji? You really should read the sect's secret scriptures carefully. Tang Siki frowned. The man was recorded inside the sect's secret scripture. This Yu Hongji is the founder of Bloodspear and also Xianxia and Fengrong's master. Xianxia's master? Qianlai was quietly shocked. Yeah, Bloodspear wasn't called Bloodspear in the past. They were called Fire Spear. Fire Spear was also Armament Sect's combat squad. They were responsible for protecting Armament Sect's artificers and martial practitioners. It was always at the bottom when compared to all the other surrounding great forces. Their powers were incredibly weak. Tang Siki explained slowly. It wasn't until Yu Hongji joined Fire Spear that a huge change occurred. Tens of years ago, he was also recruited as an Armament Sect Outer Sect disciple. His cultivation talent was amazing, and he was quickly picked up by Fire Spear and absorbed as a combat personnel. While he was in Fire Spear, his combat style was a little extreme, and his behavior was also cruel and ruthless. I heard that he had never left a single enemy alive during his time in Fire Spear. There was a time when a small city's martial practitioners had robbed the spirit materials the sect was transporting, and Fire Spear had sent him and a small team to handle the matter. What happened was that Yu Hongji slaughtered the entire city and killed everyone. Due to this matter, the sect's reverends became afflicted with violent rage and sentenced him to punishment. They had chained him to a spirit pattern pillar, and they seemed to have wanted to burn away the violence in his heart with scorching fire. Tang Siki pointed at the spirit pattern pillar before Qianlai. According to the records of the secret scriptures, it should be this one. Qianlai's expression was moved. After that, the records weren't very clear, and I do not know if the sect had actually burned him with the fire. Tang Siki recalled and continued. But Yu Hongji had survived and was even kept at Fire Spear. Before long, he had actually become the master of Fire Spear. Since then, Fire Spear changed its name and began to call themselves Blood Spear. It was because of him that Fire Spear had turned into Blood Spear. The old Fire Spear was the bottom of all other great forces in terms of combat power, but now Blood Spear is publicly known as one of the most terrifying divisions. Their existence frightened everyone, and not even 8 Extreme Temple and Profound Heaven Alliance dared look down on their bloody name. The situation today is all because of Yu Hongji's appearance. Where is he now? Qianlai asked again. He was beginning to clear up some of the information that Yu Hongji had probably entered into the spirit pattern pillar when he was chained to it. Next, he had probably obtained some benefits from the mummy-like old man and became the master of Blood Spear later on. Therefore, all current Blood Spear martial practitioners, including Xianxia and Fengrong, had been taught by him. Their bloody aura was also the same as the old man inside the spirit pattern pillar. The spirit art these people were cultivating was obviously the same as the ghoul-like old man. Yu Hongji must have been the one who had brought this bloody spirit art into the open from inside the spirit pattern pillar. Yu Hongji died a long time ago. There was no record on exactly how he died, so I'm not sure about this either, Tang Siki said. Qin Lai grew quiet. He frowned deeply and thought of the connections between the spirit pattern pillar and the ghoul-like old man's words. After a long while, he said, Senior Sister Tang, please don't tell anyone about the man trapped inside the spirit pattern pillar for the moment. I want to investigate this slowly. There really is a man? Tang Siki still asked a little disbelievingly. There really is, and an incredibly terrifying one as well. It was possible that this man has been sealed for 1,000 years and has a longer history than even Armament Sect. Qin Lai said solemnly. 1,000 years. He's still alive? He's really alive. Tang Siki shuddered. He's perfectly living. Qin Lai nodded. Tang Siki's face turned pale, and she pondered for a moment before finally saying, All right, I'll keep it a secret for you. I won't say anything. After a pause she said again, But you must not act recklessly either. It's best if you don't go inside anymore. I don't know why, but I feel that something is incredibly wrong just listening to you. I know. Let's go up the mountain first. Qin Lai was also worried. The duo started again and headed towards the peak of Flame Volcano with increased speed. Along the way, blood spear martial practitioners would appear from time to time. Their eyes were all glittering with a bloody light. It was only after they saw that it was Tang Siki and him that they nodded and let them go. An hour later they arrived at the mountain peak and finally saw Xingran and the three great reverends. The sky had already brightened completely at this time. Instructor Feng. When Qin Lai arrived at the procedural hall, he saw Feng Rong sitting beside Mo Hai's legs with an ashen white face, as if she had lost too much blood while explaining something to the crowd. Blood shadow is Yen Qi. Feng Rong exclaimed softly with a trace of blood flowing down the corner of her lips. Yen Qi was Master's adopted son. Originally, he was supposed to be the Master of Bloodspear and was supposed to take over Xianxia's position. We thought that he had already died some time ago, but we didn't expect that he was at Dark Shadow Tower and had even become their blood shadow. Yen Qi. How is Yen Qi not dead yet? Sect Master Xingran screamed. That year I saw you and Xianxia injuring him severely before blasting him into Flame Volcano with my very own eyes. After that, we even found his bloody corpse beneath Flame Volcano. How can he still be alive? That corpse probably isn't his. He really is alive, and he is even scarier than before. Feng Rong replied bitterly. It was at this moment that Qin Lai and Tang Siki had walked inside. The moment the duo appeared, Xingran and the three great reverends' attentions instantly fell on them. It's good that you came back. It's good that you came back. Xingran put down the heavy burden in his heart. Ever since Feng Rong had arrived, the three great reverends and him had been asking about Qin Lai. They were still worried even after learning from Feng Rong that Qin Lai had left with Tang Siki, afraid that the duo would be captured or killed amidst the chaos. To them, Qin Lai and Tang Siki were the sect's future, the key to Armament Sect resurgence. In their minds, they themselves could be captured or die, but Qin Lai and Tang Siki must not fall into danger. Instructor Feng, who is Yen Qi? Qin Lai walked over with a stern expression. Is he that blood shadow? Why did you and Lord Xianxia want to kill him in the past? Qin Bing, you do not need to worry about these trivial matters, Xingran said. It is only a matter of the past. It has nothing to do with you, Feng Rong said tiredly. I want to know. Qin Lai exclaimed. I want to know the past relating to Bloodspear. I want to know the man named Yu Hongji. I want to know the enmity between Bloodspear, Yu Hongji, and Yen Qi. When he mentioned Yu Hongji's name, everyone inside the hall changed their expressions a little. But they did not feel strange about it. They naturally had assumed that Qin Lai had also read the sect's secret scriptures, which was why he knew about Yu Hongji's existence and the man's involvement with Bloodspear. Feng Rong looked at Xingran. After some thoughts, Xingran nodded and said, The sect's future will fall on him sooner or later. There are some things that he should know. Say it. There are no strangers here anyway. About, Master. How much do you know about him? Feng Rong swallowed yet another pill before she asked. Qinlai repeated what Tang Siki had said. This is all recorded in the secret scriptures. I know nothing that isn't in there. Ing Xingran and the three great reverends nodded quietly. Master died by Xia's hands. Feng Rong said softly. Why? Qinlai asked. Back then, Yu Hongji was chained to a spirit pattern pillar and burned with hot flames as punishment for his atrocities. Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang interrupted suitably. The fire seemed to have failed to burn away his ruthlessness. Not long after the punishment ended, he learned some kind of bloody spirit art out of seemingly nowhere. Furthermore, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds as his power only continued to grow stronger. Wariness filled Luo Zhichang's eyes. A few years later, his realm and power far exceeded Fire Spear's spearmaster at the time. That man seemed to have a special kind of charisma. Back in those years, there was a large portion of martial practitioners who admired him greatly. When his realm and power exceeded Fire Spear's spearmaster, he then challenged him directly and took down the spearmaster. That was how he rose to the top. After he had taken over Fire Spear, he had changed Fire Spear into Blood Spear. Later on he began to recruit new members and teach them the bloody spirit art he cultivated. He had even created the blood pools to massively increase the strength of our martial practitioners. Due to his existence, Blood Spear grew stronger and stronger, causing the forces around Blood Spear to fear Blood Spear's reputation. At this point, Luo Zhichang looked at Feng Rong and said, Yanqi Xianxia and Feng Rong are the first members to have learned under him. Yanqi was Xianxia and Feng Rong's senior brother. Yanqi's cultivation talents were actually slightly weaker than Xianxia and Feng Rong, but his character was incredibly similar to Yu Hongji. They were practically made from the same fold. That was why he highly regarded Yanqi, and why Yanqi admired him greatly. Why was he killed by Xianxia? Qinlai asked again. That's because Xianxia discovered that Master had cultivated into a fiendish rebound. Xianxia saw it with his own eyes that he was feeding on human blood. Shocking fear appeared on Feng Rong's face. I've saw it too during a battle. He was feeding on human flesh, drinking human blood. He grew scarier and started to look less like a human. Tang Siki's face turned as white as a sheet. Her body shook slightly, and her mind was greatly shaken. He ate people? Qinlai's expression had also changed. Later on, Master grew increasingly crazy, and he only became more irritable. There were many junior brothers who sometimes failed at their tasks, and he would break all their necks directly. Feng Rong looked down. At the time, everyone was scared, and there were many of junior brothers who would attempt to discreetly escape from Blood Spear. In the end, however, they were all killed by Yanqi under his orders. When Xianxia found out that Master was feeding on human blood, that was when he made up his mind to kill Master. After that, Xianxia and I had found Sect Master and three great reverends and told them about our Master's bizarre condition. Feng Rong glanced once at Ing Xingran. After a thorough discussion, Sect Master and three great reverends all felt that Master was too dangerous and was afraid that he would one day lose control. So, after a pause, Feng Rong said, First, we weakened his body with a slow-acting poison. Then, we ambushed him while he was cultivating. At long last, we finally managed to kill him. After the news of Master's death had spread out, Yanqi slaughtered his way up Flame Volcano in attempt to take revenge against the Sect Master and three great reverends. However, once he was dealt a grievous blow by Xianxia and we blasted him off a cliff. Feng Rong and Chief Reverend Luo Zhichang had explained those secret pasts and cleared up the relationship between Yu Hongji, Yanqi, and Blood Spear. This matter was not very well known even among some of the elders of Inner Sect, so this was the first time they learned the whole truth. Just like Qinlai and Tang Siki, their faces were also a little pale. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural as well. In their eyes, the blood-sucking Yu Hongji was already not human. He had become a monster that was even scarier than a wild beast. When you add that onto Yu Hongji's dictatorial actions later on and the murder of many Blood Spear disciples, they slowly lost their respect of him. After Ing Xingran and the three great reverends had thought over the matter carefully, They were afraid that Yuhongji would one day lose control and commit mass murder. That was why they had cooperated with Xianxia and Fengrong and, after a period of planning, finally eliminated Yuhongji. Is Yan Qi dead? After a long time, Qin Lai asked again when the crowd turned quiet. Fengrong's eyes were dark. She shook her head. He's still alive. I'm the one who was injured instead. The current Yan Qi is probably no weaker than Xianxia. I can't believe he still has such combat power even after suffering an injury as terrible as that. All these years in Dark Shadow Tower, revenge was probably the only thing he thought of, so he most likely hasn't stopped cultivating since. On the other hand, I did slack off these years after I've met Ahai. She admitted that she was no longer Yan Qi's match. This caused Ing Xingran and the three reverends to grow even more worried. They knew very well that Yan Qi wasn't Di Shizhou, Liang Yangzhu, or Yuan Tianya. This man had seen Yuhongji as his father, and he hated Ing Xingran and the three great reverends to the bones for killing Yuhongji. If Yan Qi climbed up Flame Volcano, they would not be captured alive or imprisoned to forge spirit artifacts. They would be killed by him on the spot. Right now, Fengrong had admitted that she wasn't Yan Qi's match. The only one who could fight against Yan Qi, Xianxia, was now completely missing. If Yan Qi were to attack them at this moment, who could stop him? Who would be left alive? They were all feeling a little hopeless. Qin Bing, stay here while we make some preparations. We will tidy all of the sect's secret scriptures and put them into safekeeping inside your spatial ring. After a while, Ing Xingran made a snap decision and yelled, "The situation may bode ill for us, but the future of the sect must not be destroyed. As long as Qin Bing is alive, as long as he researches the sect's secret scriptures, then Armament Sect will not perish. There will still be hope for a resurgence in the future." The moment he said this, the three great reverends and 7 great elders' expressions were all shaken. They all placed their gazes on Qin Lai. The 5 forces still need some time before they can take control of Armament City completely. They will probably not enter this place just yet. Even on the brink of death, Ing Xingran was very rational. We still have time to gather the sect's most precious items. All of you should properly pack all your artifact forging experiences within this short time frame as much as possible. The 3 great reverends and 7 great elders nodded in unison. Qin Bing, you will wait here for us. Once we have finished gathering our things, you will leave with Siki along the same route through the underground passage. Ing Xingran exclaimed. Qin Lai's eyebrows were deeply locked. The reason Tang Siki and him had braved difficulties and returned to Armament Sect was because they hoped that Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends would have a way to solve the sect's crisis. But from the looks of it, they had expected too much. It was just as Yi Yuan and Pang Feng had said. Armament Sect was finished. No one could save the sect from the combined attack of the 5 great forces. Maybe, while Qin Lai was thinking, an idea flashed across his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Sect Master, I will go back to the cave and gather up some things. Then I will go to the plaza at the foot of the mountain and wait for you all at the last spirit pattern pillar." Just as Ing Xingran and the 3 great reverends were about to stop him, he continued, "The spirit diagrams inside the 12 spirit pattern pillars are the true essence and core of the sect. Once this is over, the 12 spirit pattern pillars will either be destroyed or split among the forces. I will no longer ever have the chance to see them again. Before I leave the sect, I want to try one last time and see if I can take away the spirit diagrams of the last spirit pattern pillar. I wish to preserve the sect's essence in its entirety," Qin Lai said powerfully. Ing Xingran, the 3 great reverends, and the 7 great inner sect elders' expressions were all shaken slightly when they heard his words. "All right, give it one last try," Ing Xingran exclaimed. And so, Qin Lai turned around and left. Under Tang Siki's surprised gaze, he swiftly entered the mountain peak's procedural hall and went to his cave on the side of the mountain first. He picked up a furnace and collected all of the spirit materials, putting them into his spatial ring. After sweeping a glance around the cave and finding nothing else important remaining, he then swiftly left. He leaped all the way from the mountainside and arrived at the plaza at the foot of the mountain shortly after. He sat down once more beneath that spirit pattern pillar. Sucking in a deep breath, he calmed himself down and connected all the information he had gathered together. After a while, he finally looked at the spirit pattern pillar before him and gathered his mind consciousness once more. He slipped inside the spirit pattern pillar. His wisp of consciousness had entered that strange space once more, meeting with the mummy-like old man again. "I knew you would come back," the old man said darkly, at the space inside the spirit pattern pillar. The moment Xianxia's wisp of mind consciousness entered, the old man then said darkly, "I am called Xueli. As long as you are willing to get me out of here, I can give you everything you want." Xueli. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking with his thoughts. The bloody spirit art brought out by Yu Hongji and the method of tempering one's body with the blood pools. Do they all come from you? That is correct. Xueli's scarlet eyes shone with intimidating light. Where is he now? Yu Hongji died a long time ago. I heard that he fed on human flesh and drank human blood, turning into something neither man nor demon. Is that a side effect after cultivating that bloody spirit art of yours? Xianxia expressed his doubts. Side effect? What kind of a side effect is feeding on human blood? Xueli said with a dark face. The spirit art and secret technique cultivated by our blood fiend sect is a shortcut in the first place. Since it is a shortcut, naturally it has its own unique characteristics. A martial practitioner hunts spirit beasts, forges their artifacts with their beast core, and enhances their energy with the refined blood of spirit beasts. Aren't they just the same as us? A spirit beast is a spirit beast. A man is a man, Xianxia said. There is no difference to me, Xueli said coldly. Xianxia pondered and asked again, "How can I help you escape this place?" Xueli's eyes abruptly brightened as he looked at the spirit pattern pillars beside him. He said, "Very simple. If you can cause the spirit pattern pillars to react on the outside, you can do the same here as well. As long as you break through one of the nodes of these spirit pattern pillars, the chains shackling me will be unlocked as well. When all 12 shackles have been released, then I will be able to leave this place." When he heard this, Xianxia's wisp of mind consciousness directly fell onto the spirit pattern pillar inscribed with the 9 winding river diagram. This spirit pattern pillar was exactly the same as the one in the outer world, but the only difference was that this spirit pattern pillar wasn't made from stone. It was tempered from some strange beast's bones, and it was creepy white, covered in a similarly eerie cold air. Using the way he entered, his mind consciousness copied the tracks of the ancient glyphs and swam over the diagram. Before long, his mind consciousness had arrived at the critical point which would break the inner area. That just happened to be the port where the chain was connected. It glittered with light and unleashed a thick and powerful energy wave. According to Xueli, as long as he attacked it with his mind consciousness, he would be able to break open the light clump and release the chains. But he did not do it. He withdrew the wisp of mind consciousness and gathered into a smoky form in front of Xueli, saying with his thoughts, "If you are correct, then I can release these chains. I have seen the port connection point of the chain already." Xueli's scarlet eyes grew brighter and brighter. "We can talk about other matters in the future. Right now I only have a question. How can I control you?" Xianxia asked. "Control me?" Xueli's thin face and sunken eyes was like a skeleton. The bloody light in his eyes flashed, causing him to look quite terrifying and spooky. "You want to control me? If I can't control you, then you can kill me instantly when you come out. Why would I release you then?" Xianxia answered and then said, "Perhaps you need more time to consider." As he said that, he withdrew his mind consciousness once more and retreated from the spirit pattern pillar. You have communicated with him?" Before he knew it, Tang Siki had come down and stood right beside him. The moment she saw him regaining his consciousness, she hurriedly asked in a shocked voice, "Why have you come?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "I couldn't interrupt regarding the matters discussed on the mountain. Also, Sect Master asked me to leave the sect with you, so not long after you came down, I went back to the cave to make preparations." Tang Siki explained and then asked again, "What did you talk about inside? Who is he?" "If we say Yu Hongji is Xianxia, Feng Rong, and Blood Shadow's master. Then that person inside is Yu Hongji's master. Yu Hongji's master? Qin Lai nodded and lowered his voice. The bloody spirit art Yu Hongji obtained was from him. That spirit art caused Yu Hongji's power to grow exponentially, turning Fire Spear into Blood Spear, and also caused Yu Hongji to turn into something neither man nor demon. The root of all these things is the man inside the pillar. Fear and worry appeared on Tang Siki's face. She exclaimed, "What did you talk about?" Qin Bing, I think you should tell this to Sect Master and let Sect Master and the three great reverends know about the situation inside. Tell Sect Master? Qin Bing frowned. They would probably do their best to kill this man. They couldn't even accept Yu Hongji, so how can they accept Xueli, who is even scarier than Yu Hongji? This Xueli is the true owner of the bloody spirit art. Who knows what kind of secrets a person who has been sealed for thousands of years has? Xueli. MN, it's this person's name. He seems to be from a force called Blood Fiend Sect. Senior Sister Tang, have you heard of Blood Fiend Sect before? No, never. Nowhere in Scarlet Tide Continent does such a force exist. I can guarantee this. In that case, Xueli is probably not a person from Scarlet Tide Continent. Qin Lai pondered for a moment, then thought for a while more before closing his eyes again. He entered the inner world of the spirit pattern pillar once more. Senior Xueli, what are your thoughts now? I can't think of any way that can make you control me in a way that appeases you. Xueli's expression was calm. Even the blood color in his eyes had been withdrawn. Kid, your realm is too weak. You can't control me at all. But I have a suggestion. I can teach you the spirit art I cultivate and all of the secret arts I've given to Yu Hongji. I can even give you more than that. What do you think? I do not wish to become a stranger who is neither human nor demon, so I have no interest in the spirit art you cultivate. Keep thinking. Qin Lai withdrew once more. The moment his consciousness left, Xueli immediately turned violent again, as he let out many maddening roars one after another. The blood aura around him soared as if it would shatter the entire space. It was obvious that his previous calm earlier was forced. I just smelled a very thick stench of blood. On the outside, even Tang Siki could detect that something was wrong. She stared at the pillar beside her with great shock in her eyes. It's coming from the spirit pattern pillar. Is that Xueli? How terrifying. MN, he should be going crazy inside right now. Qin Lai's expression was stern. I will continue to grind him down. He's been sealed for more than 1,000 years and now, he finally has seen a chance to escape. He will eventually submit to me. Submit to you? What are you planning to do? Tang Siki cried out. Right now the sect is being besieged. With the 5 forces surrounding us, the sect's collapse is inevitable unless there is a huge change. Qin Lai said with a darkened face and looked in Armament City's direction. He coldly continued, I want to see if I can overturn this situation, and Xueli may just be the possibility that can save Armament Sect from this danger. Him? Tang Siki looked shocked. If he can come out and is willing to help Armament Sect, I believe that Armament Sect's current dilemma will be resolved. Qin Lai elaborated. Tang Siki frowned and thought seriously for a moment. She also sat down quietly before saying, Take care. You must not lose yourself. Amen. I'll be careful. Qin Lai closed his eyes. He did not hurry to immediately enter the spirit pattern pillar. Instead, he first took out a pill that recovered mind energy and swallowed it. Then, he rested for a moment beneath the spirit pattern pillar. Next, he flipped through the sect's secret scriptures inside the spatial ring and very quickly discovered a book. Poring through the book, he read it with utmost concentration to research the information within. 2 hours later, after he felt that his mind had recovered, he finally put the book away and stepped once again into the world inside the spirit pattern pillar. After such a long time, Xueli had, as expected, calmed down again. The scarlet color in his eyes had also been withdrawn. His voice had grown quite indifferent as well. What do you want me to do? He asked Qin Lai on his own. I've looked through some books just now, and I've learned that there are many ways to control a person. Special medicines, spirit artifact shackles, women, family, children, and so on. Qin Lai's consciousness floated. You're alone, so I can't control you through your family. From what I can see, even if you do have a family, this method may not be of use. How could Xueli, someone who taught you Hongji to become more and more extreme, be bound by family? With your realm and cultivation, medicines or shackles will be hard-pressed to control you as well. I am not the master here after all, so I can't build such a large-scale ceiling formation. Qin Lai paused. In the end, the only way I can think of to control you is through your soul. A blood-red color appeared inside Xueli's eyes. Soul? That's right. Surrender a portion of your soul to me and allow me to imprison it. Only then can I be reassured enough to take you out, Qin Lai said. Kid, aren't you desiring a little too much? Xueli shouted angrily. However, Qin Lai had already left beforehand to avoid having his mind consciousness destroyed when his expression had changed greatly. Xueli was the only one left inside the spirit pattern pillar, howling at the top of his lungs. The stench of blood on the spirit pattern pillar is growing thicker and thicker, worriedly said Tang Siki, who was outside. Qin Lai withdrew his consciousness and looked at the spirit pattern pillar before him. He was also secretly shocked. He himself didn't know if dealing with a person like Xueli would cause him to fall into an abyss with no hope of redemption. An old demon who lived over 1,000 years like this must have spent his entire life in conspiracies and scheming. In the end, he might very well be devoured whole from bargaining with such a person. Qin Bing, I still think we should give up. Why don't we just leave Armament Sect sooner? Tang Siki felt that this was not the best course of action. If we leave Armament Sect, we will never have a place to live again, Qin Lai said with a dark face. The 5 great forces will not allow us to continue living. We are still carrying the sect's secret scriptures as well, so they will definitely hunt us down with everything they have. Tang Siki fell into silence once more. Qin Lai closed his eyes and entered the spirit pattern pillar again. His mind consciousness appeared once more in front of Xueli. Senior Xueli, have you come to a decision? I promise you, Xueli yelled out with a bowed head.